And welcome everyone here to the W.E. Osman Fieldhouse here in Valley City. The VCSU Vikings, moments away from taking on the visitors from Providence. They are going to be the pilots on the scoreboard. Jerry Edwards with you all today here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. So another exhibition game on the books for the Vikings before they begin the regular season. They'll begin their regular season on November 1st over in Sioux City, Iowa against Midland University. They'll also be taking on Briar Cliff in Sioux City in a quick scramble. And then their first home game of the season will be here versus the University of Minnesota Morris for the regular season. Then they'll have Dakota Wesleyan, and they'll have Bethel over in Lawrence, Kansas, and that's the early stretch of games for this VCSU women's Viking squad. A reminder that we will also have a men's basketball game on the docket today. It'll be the VCSU men taking on Brandon University. That game set to tip off a little bit after this one concludes, and should be in for a good day of basketball today. We'll get to our starting lineups here. We'll first start off with the VCSU Vikings. It'll be Elise Hebrink, followed up by Ellie Broughton, Ashlyn Diemert, Abby Ashlesen, and Madison Spacer. Diemert is only 12 points away from 1,000, so if she reaches that point total today, there will be a quick little ceremony to, talk about her accomplishment and all that good stuff. So keep the eye on how many points Ashlyn Diemert scores today. Again, she gets to 12 points, and we'll stop the game momentarily to do a quick presentation for her 1,000th point. Now let's get to the Providence University College Pilots, starting lineup. It'll be Naima Cameron, followed up by Fiona Garcia, Nia Golder, Patience Benjo, and Faith LaRock. Well, we still got a few more minutes to go before the introductions. Let's take a look around some of the scores in the world of sports. We'll start off here with college football. Looks like Nebraska and Ohio State locked in a tight one, 21-17. 6 minutes left to go in the ball game. Notre Dame has completely seized control over Navy, 51-14, so Navy will fall from the ranks of the unbeatens. Ole Miss has now opened up a 12-point lead on Oklahoma, 26-14. And now let's shift over here to the scores coming out of the Missouri Valley Conference. North Dakota State taking on Murray State. It is a 28-3 game right now in favor of the Bison. Southern Illinois right now with a 17-7 lead at the end of 3 over Indiana State. North Dakota will be playing Youngstown State later today at 5 p.m. and South Dakota State will be hosting South Dakota at 6:30. Yesterday, the North Dakota hockey team got a 6-2 win over a top 5 ranked team in Boston University. And of course, we'll have a World Series game today. The Dodgers with the early 1-0 series lead after the dramatic Freddie Freeman walk-off grand slam with 2 outs in the bottom part of the 10th inning. So plenty of going on in the world of sports today. We appreciate you tuning in to begin this fantastic sports Saturday with us here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. We'll be back here in a little bit right after the national anthem wraps up. Keep it right here on VCSU Athletics. And welcome everyone back here to the bubble. Jerry Edwards with y'all today as we get set for today's game between the Providence University College Pilots and your VCSU Vikings. Valley City coming in trying to pick up a win here in one of their final exhibition games before the regular season begins on November 1st. We'll go over to starting lineups again. It'll be Elise Hebrink, Ellie Broughton, Ashlyn Diemert, Abby Ashelin, and Madison Spacer for the Vikings. Again, Diemert only 12 points away from 1,000 in her career, so if Diemert's able to get to those 12 points, there'll be a quick little stop, a quick little recognition, and then we'll get right back to the action. For Providence University, it'll be Naima Cameron, followed up by Fiona Garcia, Nia Golder, Patience Benjo, and Faith Larock. Again, I want to thank each and every single one of you that are tuning in today here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. Reminder that we also have Viking football today. That's going to be over on KOVC. Ryan Cunningham will have that call in about an hour or so, as Valley City looks to try to make it a pair of nice wins back-to-back after losing the first game of the season against Dakota State. They'll be looking to bounce back with a road win. Picked up a nice win in the battle for the Paint Bucket against Jamestown. Now they'll try to make it back-to-back. But right now, we have a exhibition game in front of us here for the Vikings. It'll be Ashlison jumping with Golder. And the ball is in the air, and the Vikings win the tip. Might have won it a little too good. Almost goes out of play, but the Vikings quickly get it, and they bring it up the floor in a hurry. Kick it over into the corner for Diemert for a three, and knocks it down. So Ashlyn Diemert wastes no time getting on the board. Corner three ball, and the Vikings lead 3-0. Now here they come right down the floor. The Pilots do, but can't get it to fall. Good rebound there by the Vikings, again pushing it up the floor. Nice little bounce pass. Mid-range two off the rim, no good. Rebound put up and in. Ashlison, and that'll give it a 5-0 edge for the Vikings as we just clear the first 30 seconds, and that'll be out of bounds. Pass too hot for Cameron to handle. So 5-0 for the Vikings. And so they're going to be set to inbound and get it over to Broughton. And we'll have ourselves a timeout by the official, something to do with the clock, either the shot clock or the game clock, and that started on time. So we'll do a re-inbound here, and it gets right back to Broughton. Pressure being put on here by the Pilots. Broughton picked up her dribble maybe a little too soon, and that one's going to be stolen away. Garcia going down the floor, lays it up and in. The 5'2" guard goes in amongst the trees and gets the layup to fall. 5-2 here in favor of VCSU, and that pass too strong, and so back-to-back turnovers here for the Vikings. Ashlison given pursuit. A little bit of a forearm in the back there to Larock. And now we'll have an entirely new wave of players subbing in. So Buckin Navarro will be in for the Pilots right alongside Mamanunik. Rio Ferrio with the ball. And we'll have ourselves a foul here coming up. And that'll be on Broughton, her first. So pretty much a line change in there for the Pilots. And the ball stolen away by Valley City. Now pushing it up here. Going inside, little handoff. Good look, and another 2 points for Ashlison. So leading scorer in the game right now with 4. Going right inside again. Wild hook shot, no good. Valley City with the steal. Now pushing it up pace here. Over to Diemert. Diemert going inside. Diemert lays it up and lays it in. So Diemert now with 5. Only 7 away from 1,000. 9-2 Vikings, 8:10 left to go, and that one's stolen away. Now VCSU possibly with the break. Long pass up ahead. Broughton collects herself and puts it up and in. Or excuse me, Diemert. Diemert puts that one up and in, and it's now a 9-point edge for VCSU. They kick the ball over in the corner, trying to barrel their way inside. Wild pass to the corner. Around the perimeter, the Pilots go. Trying to work their way inside. Got trapped on the baseline. Throw it back out. Good defense by VCSU. Wild hook shot, but that'll draw a foul. So 2 shots coming up. That'll be on Broughton. So second team foul on VCSU. Get another line change coming in. So the Pilots intended to use every player on the bench. Only player they are not going to be able to sub out is Brianna Buchan, who is going to be at the line. The 5'5" sophomore from Winnipeg. Shot is up and in. So the deficit now down to 8 points. Buchan collects herself, puts it up, and splashes home the other no one. So that'll make it a 7-point lead. So Spacier set to inbound the ball here for VCSU. Valley City in front here by 7. Long pass up ahead. Now trying to go inside, and that'll be a cutoff there by Puskas. And that foul was a little bit hard on Deemert. She's a little slow getting up, and we'll have a substitution coming in. Backus coming in for the Vikings alongside Moritzen. Moritzen, the 6-foot forward from Sweden, getting her first look at this game. VSU currently certain 5 of 6 from the field. Looking inside for the Swede, up and in, and a good look there for the Vikings. So 13-4 lead for VCSU. Now the Pilots working it here from side to side, up top, trying to burrow their way inside, and that'll be the reach-in foul on Valley City, their 3rd of the quarter. So a tightly officiated game called here so far. Maybe they'll get that one tagged to Hebrink. Our substitution being put in here as Aubrey Prunty comes in. Forward from Weaverville, California. Ball passed up top here to Alley. Alley now trying to go inside. Shot blocked inside. And now the Vikings running in transition. Long pass up ahead. The layup up and in. Gets the kind roll. And Broughton with the run out. 11-point edge for VCSU. Their first double-digit lead of the game. And out another reach-in foul. That's 4 fouls now on Valley City. Or excuse me, they're not going to get that one on Valley City, excuse me. Going to say it was an illegal screen. So Rio Ferro is going to get the tagged foul for that one. Ball over in the corner. 3 ball coming up. That is going to be no good. Ball gets tipped out, and we'll have an over-the-back foul. This is a very tightly officiated game here for both sides. So Backus gets charged with the foul. 4 fouls in the quarter for Valley City, and we're not even 4 minutes into this game. Well, you never know. There could be new whistles, trying to make sure they all work. And, well, 5 fouls called in less than 4 minutes of action. The whistles are working perfectly. That one thrown out of play. Doesn't look like it took a tip off a Valley City defender, so it'll get clean through, and Valley City will take over with the ball. Claire Cotton set to inbound the ball. Pass back to Cotton off the inbound, brings it up. Has the ball knocked out of her hands, and it'll be right back to Valley City. Pressing defense put on there by Patience Benjo. Over to Broughton. Broughton trying to get through, going inside. Throws up a wild shot. Ball inside gets tipped around. The Pilots have it. Now they push it up ahead here with Garcia. 5-2 Garcia lets a long shot go and gets it to fall. So Garcia with a couple of buckets here. Lead down to 9 for VCSU. Pass up ahead. And they got the big Swede underneath, and that'll be another 2 points for Martinson. Lead back up to 11 here for the Vikings here in the first quarter. Garcia spinning around inside, throws it back up top. Step in three is going to be no good. VCSU trying to box out the Pilots from the rebound, and they'll be able to do just that if that goes into the corner without much issue. Another line change coming up. I know Providence University College is from Canada, but I don't know if they have to substitute like it's a line change every time. I think we might be getting hockey and basketball confused here with all these subs. VCSU working themselves out of another trap. Pass up ahead here to Broughton. A little bit tall there for Pruntia. She'll back it around. VCSU going inside through the contact. No good. Ball gets tipped around. Recovered there by Providence. Now they'll be bringing the ball up here with Mama Unick. Inside opportunity for the Pilots, and they get that one to fall with Rio Ferio. Long pass up ahead, but too long and into the scorer's table. Intended target was Broughton, so the press for these Pilots has been effective at times. VCSU at times has just dribbled right into the trap and has not really kind of figured where they're going with it after they get stopped. Pilots looking to inbound it. They throw it underneath, and that's going to get through clean. Good defense applied there by Moritzen, being able to keep the intended target, Laterino, from being able to get it. So the inbound coming up here for Diemert. Diemert, leading scorer in this game, with 7. Valley City leading by 9 here as we tick the 5:10 to go. Diemert getting double teamed. Inside now. Over in the corner, VCSU for a 3. That's no good, but they get a good-looking rebound, but they miss the putback as Kukulinski could not get that one to fall. Now pass swatted away. Diemert trying to say that it went off the hands of Rio Ferio, but could not convince the official. And another line change coming up here for the Pilots. Pass in here to Warren. Warren's pass too tall, and well, both the teams are not taking the best care of the ball right now, as it is an exhibition game. It is preseason, so to speak, for both these teams. Valley City able to get this ball in. They do a good job of breaking the press as they bring it down the floor. Inside for Moritzen. Moritzen, turn around, can't get it to fall. Kuklinski did everything to set up her teammate, just could not get the shot to fall. Pass inside, and once again it's thrown away, and it's a good thing we have an ample audience at that baseline. Otherwise, that ball would be rolling into the parking lot. 4.5 minutes to go here in the first. 17-8 lead for Valley City. Largest lead they've had has been 11. Ball into the corner, turned down the wide open 3. Inside pass, turnaround 2, a bit too strong. They got the rebound, hacked on the way up is Hebrink, and she'll get 2 shots. So a chaotic start to this game, to say the least. Both teams throwing the ball around, both teams running up and down the floor. Going to be essentially conditioning without the early wake-up call for practice. As Hebrink able to get that one in, the senior guard from Austin, Minnesota. Hebrink's shot is up and in, so back-to-back buckets there for Hebrink, and that'll put the lead back up to 11 for VCSU. Pilots go inside, got stopped. Now they'll work their way inside, and we'll have ourselves a possible reach-in foul. Nope, they're going to say 2 shots. Going to get that one on Avery Kuklinski, sophomore guard from Esco, Minnesota. So 2 shots coming up here for Warren. Foul shot is up and in. Freshman from Big River First Nation, Saskatchewan. (19-9). Foul shot is up and in. So Pilots good from the foul stripe so far, 4 for 4. VCSU once again trying to break through that press, doing a good job working it from side to side. Over here to Diemert. Diemert, good pass inside. Nice bounce pass. Sets up her teammate beautifully. And Leeson. And the freshman forward from Howard, South Dakota, has made quite the impact for the Vikings today. So Ashlison Probably the most consistent performer for VCSU so far. Corner three. Nope, they're going to call it a 2. Foot on the line. So teams trading buckets back and forth. Nice bounce pass inside. And Ashleson running the floor gets paid off with it. 23-12 and an up and down first quarter play. Vikings trying to steal it away, and they knock it away from themselves. Ashleson holding on to it and saves it before it goes out of bounds. Now Hebrink running the floor. Kicks it over in the corner. Wide open three coming up. Off the rim, no good. Good rebound by Kuklinski. Inside pass for Ashleson. Turnaround 2, rattles it home. So Ashleson is having herself a whale of a first quarter, 25-12, and VCSU continues to shoot well from the floor. We'll be back here after the 30-second timeout here on VCSU Athletics. So the timeout is over with. VCSU with a 25-12 lead with just under 3 minutes to go here in the first quarter from the bubble. Both teams have been running up and down the floor. As Nia Golder checks back in for the Pilots. Garcia going right down the floor, and we're going to have no shot. They're going to call the foul on the floor. Kuklinski. Or excuse me, they're going to charge that one to, oh, they charged it to Bachmeyer, but Bachmeyer's not on the floor. The actual foul is going to be on Kuklinski. That's going to be her second foul. So 25-12, 6 fouls on VCSU in this quarter. Foul shot is up and in. So the one thing the Pilots have done well today is make their free throws. They are now 5 of 5 from the stripe. Foul shot for Garcia is up and a bit short and off to the side. So the lead will remain 25-12, and that'll be a reach-in foul on the Pilots. That'll only be their third. Foul's going to get tagged to Faith LaRocque. Atkins breaking that press, pushing it up ahead. Ashleson inside, goes right at the defense. Might have passed it, was looking for someone to get it to, and might have been able to go through the contact just to try to kick it out in the corner for Ashlyn Deemert. So VCSU going to be inbounding it right in front of the Providence bench. Ashleson inside, spin move right in the teeth of the defense, and no good. Good defense there by LaRocque. 25-13, 2.5 minutes to go in the first. Garcia with a quick transition three, and she knocks it down. So the Pilots are being scrappy right now, not allowing Valley City to really extend the lead past the early teens and 9. Vikings turn down a 3, working on the baseline, gets tipped out of bounds. It's 25-16. Here with 2:12 to go in the first quarter. Inbounds coming up here by Broughton. They're going to go to Ashleson inside. Got hacked on the way up, but can't finish the layup, but she will get 2 shots. So the foul going to be charged to Patience Binjo. That'll be her first. So Ashleson, who has been the premier scorer for the Vikings in this first quarter, going to the line for her first trip. Foul shot is up and no good. Also leading the team in rebounds with 3. So the foul shot no good. Next shot is up and in, so able to salvage a point from the stripe, and Valley City back in front by 10. Pilots now working the ball around the perimeter, working it from the corner to the interior. Now a little rotation, and VCSU steals it away. Broughton pushing it up ahead over to Hebrink. Hebrink's layup up and in. So Hebrink pushes the lead up to 12 for the Vikings. Providence trying to set up a little motion here, but they throw it right to Ashleson. Ashleson took a couple of strides forward and then stopped. Ball now over to Diemert for a three. No good. Rebound by Ashleson. Ashleson gets triple teamed. Kicks it out for a three. That's no good. Ashleson scrapping for the rebound. Have to make sure not to pick up a foul there. Reaching those arms in dangerously close. Navarro going to be bringing it up. Now resets it to the top for her teammates. Banging away inside. Lost the handle on it. Navarro's got a look. Got bumped, and that'll be 2 shots coming up. That'll be a foul on Backus. That'll be the second foul on Backus. So Navarro coming up here for some more free throws. 5 of 6 so far for the Pilots from the stripe. Now shot is up and rattles out. So the junior out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada can't get the first shot to fall. Next shot is up and in. So a 1 or 2 strip from the stripe, and that'll make it 28-17. Over here to Broughton. Broughton working it up here, going from side to side now, going right down the heart of the Pilot defense and lays it up and in. So Ellie Broughton doing a good job running the show, the sophomore from West Hope, North Dakota. 30-17 lead for the Vikings as we tick under to 1 minute to go here in this first quarter. Good pass inside, but stolen away. Better read by the Vikings. Now they lay it up ahead here. Over to Diemert for the layup. So Diemert now with 9 points, sitting 3 points away from 1,000. And VCSU rips that one away. They can go 2 for 1 here if they hurry. Quickly in transition for the Vikings. Cross-court pass. Diemert for a three for 1,000. Can't get it to fall. Long rebound corralled by the Pilots. They can hold for the final shot of the quarter. Although with their running gun in nature, it doesn't look like that'll be the case. And, well, that certainly won't be the case after the travel. The feet of Sophia Puskus not able to be contained. So 21 and a half seconds left here for the Vikings to create a shot. Broughton bringing it up now, throws it back here over to Diemert. Now in the interior. That one gets knocked away with 11 and a half seconds to go. Moritzen had that one knocked away from behind by Nia Golder. They're looking inside. Moritzen broke free momentarily, but they got a corner three coming up. No good. Moritzen scrapping for the rebound. Valley City's got it. 7 seconds. Can't get to go. Ball still getting tipped around and will eventually wind up to Garcia. Garcia walks with it, and Valley City will get the ball back with 2.5 seconds. So 2.5 seconds. Diemert is going to be the one inbounding it, so she looks like it'll have to wait a quarter for her to get to 1,000. And VCSU's not going to be able to get a shot up in time. Not enough room for Broughton to get it up, but an overall solid first quarter there from the Vikings. They lead 32-17. We'll be back here in a few minutes with the start of the second quarter here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. 32-17 lead here for the Vikings as we get set to start our second quarter of play. The Providence University College Pilots huddle was something I've never seen before. Again, they kind of rotate every player in kind of a hockey shift, 5 for 5 coming in. Each one of them had their own separate huddle going on. I guess suppose they work in line, so I guess it's better to kind of get everyone's bearings in your group oriented. Vikings able to force the early turnover. Deemert pushes it up ahead to Broughton. Now pass inside. Good look, but can't finish it off. Good rebound inside, but the ball gets blocked away. Broughton has that shot rejected. Now Garcia, who led the way for the Pilots with 8 points. That shot blocked inside, but the Pilots get the rebound, and that'll be a block over behind by Broughton. That'll be another foul for her. That'll be another foul on Broughton, and that'll be her second. So 2 shots coming up here. Now shot is up, and that's high into the air and off the back of the rim. No good for Naima Cameron. Cameron, a 5'5" freshman from Hamilton, Ontario. And that one banked in. I don't know if you want to be banking in all your free throws, but when they go in, no one really asks many questions. Broughton going to be subbed out here for the Vikings. Kuklinski being brought in. Now Kuklinski has a good look, but she pulls it down, resets it up top here to Deemert. Around the horn, the Vikings go as they look to create some space inside. Mid-range 2 coming up. That's off the rim, no good. Good scrap there by Hebring to bring it in. Pass inside. Morton, long 2 for Kuklinski, no good. Kuklinski gets her own rebound. Over to Deemert. Back around the horn for the Vikings. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Pass inside for Morton. Morton bobbles it and able to get it to fall. So Morton now with 6. 34-18, the advantage for the Vikings. Pilots trying to find their way inside, and that'll be a jump ball. Arrow is going to favor the Pilots. So defensively for the Vikings, they've done a good job at forcing some turnovers, but played a little fast and loose with the basketball. Excuse me, the possession arrow was not quite yet flipped over. It actually belonged to the Vikings. I looked at the scoreboard for the first time. It had not been officially reset yet. So the ball is going to belong to VCSU here. Kuklinski gets it now over to Broughton. Pass inside. It's going to be knocked away, and it's going to be off the body of Moritzen. Well, both teams want to push the pace, but that has come at the expense of a lot of turnovers for both sides. VCSU doing some good defense, trapping on the baseline, able to force the bad pass. Now Hebring brings it up, throws it up ahead, and that'll be an easy layup in transition for Aubrey Prunty. 36-18, largest lead of the game for the Vikings. And a good cutoff there for the Vikings as the Pilots try to go inside. Well, they got Deemert off her feet, but ultimately couldn't finish that layup. And now the pass inside for cutting Morrison, and that'll push the lead up to 20. So VCSU wasting no time going inside. They have 35 field goal attempts to Providence's 10 in the game. Shooting just under 50%. Pass inside, ripped away, and now we're going to have ourselves a jump ball, and this time it will go to the Pilots. Substitutions coming in for VCSU. Coming into the game, it'll be Spacer and Ashlison. Seven and a half minutes to go here in the second quarter. Ball thrown up ahead, up top. Backus on the defense. Trying to go inside. Wild shot, no good. Ashlison with the board. Able to pitch it out to Kuklinski. Kuklinski now overhead here to Backus. Backus has it nearly poked away from behind, throws it in the corner for Spacer. Spacer, little running hook shot and able to get that one to fall. So the junior forward out of Watford City, North Dakota gets herself on the scoreboard. Good press and defense here by the Vikings. Pilots again trying to force their way inside. VCSU with a lot of limbs in there trying to tie up the ball, able to get it out, and a timeout called by the VCSU sideline. Head coach Vanessa Johnson in her 8th season trying to preserve the possession. And we'll take the quick break as well. Be a 30-second pause here on the VCSU Athletics channel. Timeout over with. It'll be Spacer inbounding the ball here for the Vikings. Actually, it looks like we got a bit of an issue on the scoreboard. The scoreboard itself is running down to 20 seconds. It's almost like they put too much time on there for the timeout, so they either have to wait for that to end so they can get it back to the regular scoreboard. Yep, we're just going to have to let this run out. Too much time was put on the scoreboard for the timeout, so just got to wait for that to run out, and we should be back in business. And there we go. Scoreboard has been fixed, and we're ready to get back underway. Spacer throws it over to Kuklinski. Kuklinski trying to lay it up ahead. A lot of contact, but the Vikings hold on to it with Hebrink. Now we're here to Spacer. Spacer trying to bully her way inside. Kicks it back out here to Hebrink. Hebrink with the layup gets it to fall. Valley City continues to shoot an efficient above 50% mark from the floor, 42-18. Now the ball getting fought for here, and Ashlison gets it. Gives it over to Spacer. Kuklinski will bring it up, and the Pilots have called off the press. Pass thrown inside, but telegraphed it too much, and that one's stolen away. Now here come the Pilots pushing up with Alley. Alley kicks it out for an open three, and that'll be off the mark. Ball getting fought for on the deck. Pilots throw a low pass that rolls clear to the perimeter for a three, and that one spins out. A couple of good looks there for Warren, but can't get it to fall. Kuklinski trying to go right down Broadway. A little bit of a wild shot, no good. Spacer dumps it into Ashlison. Ashlison gets it to fall. So Abby Ashlison having herself a very good start to this ball game indeed. 44-18, and that wild shot off the mark. So Valley City starting to create some separation here. Hebrink going inside, late little bounce pass over to Ashlison and gets it to fall, and that'll be and one. Abby Ashlison shot 6 of 8 from the floor with 13 points, went 1 of 2 from the strike, also had 3 rebounds. So 5 new bodies come in for the Pilots. And Claire Cotton, I think, coming into the game for the first time today for the Vikings. Well, shot is up, and that's going to rattle out. Cotton trying to get the rebound, but can't quite rip it free. Now Providence nearly carried it. Oh, good little crossover to set up a three, and knockdown shot from Garcia. Now the ball getting pushed up ahead here for the Vikings. A little fast and loose with the dribble as they try to push the action inside for Ashlison. Ashlison has another bucket as she continues to add on to her game-leading total. 48-21 with 4:50 to go in the second quarter. Garcia is going to take another quick look three, and that's no good. Ashlison with the board. Now the Vikings pushing it up ahead here with Bachmeyer. Now over to Spacer. Spacer in the corner Over to Backus. Backus goes down the baseline and lays it up through some contact. Faith LaRock a little too late on the rotation. VCSU now leading by 29. Garcia, a little lob pass inside. Good defense there by Spacer to knock it away. Now Bachmeyer pushes it up ahead. And VCSU with a little layup by Ashlison as she just continues to dominate this game. 52-21 with 4:09 to go in the second quarter. Almost a walk, and that is going to be a walk on Golder. So Tilda Mortson checking back in. And that one's going to be pushed in here over to Bachmeyer. Bachmeyer. And gets a little nudge from Buchan, and it's going to be the first foul on the Pilots. Despite their hard-pressing nature, they haven't gotten themselves in any sort of foul trouble whatsoever. Pretty clean quarter from both sides so far. 2 fouls on Valley City and only the 1 on Providence. Pass up here over to Spacer. 3-ball coming up for Backus. Can't get it to fall. Claire Cotton able to force the turnover there as Spacer rips free the rebound but tries to throw it away. Now everyone falling over each other, and well, both players are a little shaken up right now. It's 4-on-4. Spacer the first one to get up as that one will be blocked away easily by Moritzen. So Buchan and Spacer out there, legs tangled up, and for Spacer, it looks like the heels of the shoes got up and in the chest area. Kind of keeled over a little bit, so she'll go to the sideline to collect herself, also favoring that right hand a little bit. 52-21 lead here for the Vikings. Pass inside, and the defense will force a kick out to the top. Good look inside, but they turned down a wide open shot and allow the Vikings defense to come over. And, well, it looked like they were going to get the rebound, but couldn't quite capitalize off the miss. Now an inside opportunity for Alley, but Alley is going to get tied up, and the arrow will belong back to the Vikings. 3:09 to go here in this second quarter. The Vikings continuing to turn the Pilots over and over. Now Bachmeyer pushes it up. Over in the corner for Cotton. Cotton turns it down, now goes inside. A little bit of contact on the way up, no call. Now Cotton comes from behind, almost got that steal, but Puskus pulled it down. And a little tip drill, and that'll go through to VCSU. Now the ball being pushed up ahead here to Cotton. Cotton has it, goes off her hand. A little too far out in front the pass from Backus was. And now Deemer will check back into the game. Deemer coming in for Backus. 52-21, and that'll be a walk. Another turnover here for the Pilots. As for the Pilots, they've turned it over 13 times in the first quarter. And that total has only continued to grow, and it's probably going to be in the 20s when we get to halftime. 3-ball coming up, and the timeout called, and Deemert gets herself to 1,000 points with style from beyond the arc. So Ashlyn Deemert now with 1,000 points in her career. She had 9 points in the first quarter. Didn't really play at all in the second quarter up until now. Able to knock down her second 3 of the game to get to 1,000 points. So a nice milestone for the senior guard from West Fargo. So that 3-pointer will make it a 34-point edge for the Vikings. And Providence taking a bit of time here with the timeout to try to regroup. And so the Pilots have taken a bit of time here, and the referee is losing his patience over on the sideline, waiting for them to get in. There's actually a story to tell about a team that took too long to take or to break out of a timeout. 1993, the Miami basketball team took too long in the huddle, and it allowed the other team to go and essentially come back on the floor, score a quick bucket, and to tie the game, which they lost in overtime. 55-21 with 2:25 to go in the second quarter. Inside opportunity for Warren, loses it, and that ball rolled out of bounds before she could save it. So 55-21, the advantage for the Vikings as the Pilots commit another turnover. Bounce pass over to Bachmeyer. Bachmeyer dealing with the double team. Long pass over here to Deemer. Deemer with open floor in front of her. Little lob pass inside to kick it back out to Deemer. Back inside for Moritzen. Moritzen with a good spin move. Gets it to fall. 57-21 as Tilda Moritzen continues to have herself a very solid afternoon of work. Wild layup. That's going to be off the mark. Now they're pushing it through. The Vikings are trying to throw it inside. Moritzen gets mugged from behind, and that'll be a foul on Providence. So Postcoop commits the foul, and 2 shots coming up here for Moritzen. And the shot is up and in, so make that 58-21. 55% from the field so far for the Vikings, and that foul shot up and in. So make them 5 of 7 from the stripe. There's one area where Valley City, could ask for a bit of improvement. It could be from beyond the arc. Only 2 of 9 from beyond the arc, 22%. Quick 3 for Providence, and they knock that one down. Adrian Alley with the long bomb. 59-24. Long pass up ahead here for the Vikings as they try to find a way to get it inside. Out to Bachmeyer for a 3. That one rattles out. Spacer with the board. Got hit on the way up, but no call. Rebound controlled by the Pilots as they work it up quickly in transition. Cutting shot inside, and that's going to be a foul, I believe, on Bachmeyer as Pasoku got through, and that'll make it 2 shots for her. That'll be the first foul on Bachmeyer. So 2 shots coming up here for the Pilots. Foul shot is up. The kind of semi-jump shot free throw is up and in. And the free throw is going to rattle out. And the rebound controlled by Moritzen. Bachmeyer dribbles herself into a little bit of trouble and throws the ball away. So Fiona Garcia, Pilots trying to perhaps set up a 2-for-1, but Bachmeyer able to steal it away. Now it's VCSU that can set up the 2-for-1. Able to spin away from the pressure, gives it back to Bachmeyer. Working against Garcia. Back here over to Prunty. Prunty trying to get inside, has it knocked away. Ball being pinballed on the floor. Jump ball going to be called here any moment, and the arrow will belong back to the Pilots. So Prunty tried to knife her way through the teeth of that Providence defense and could not quite get through unscathed. So a 13-second differential between the shot and game clock. And that'll be a carry on Benjo. Patience Benjo, the freshman from Regina, Saskatchewan. Tried to barge her way inside, but put the hand underneath the ball and carried it through. Now Bachmeyer able to push the ball through. City gives it over to Spacer up top. Now back over to Prunty, over to Bachmeyer in the corner. Bachmeyer hesitating a little bit, gives it back to Prunty. Well, that pass nearly thrown away. VCSU trying to barge their way inside. Wild shot put up by Delaney Cotton. No good. 10 seconds left to go here in the quarter. That's going to nearly be a walk. Rebound off the mark, and VCSU trying to push it up here. Going to have a last-second shot here with Spacer. Oh, she turned it down. Buzzer beater going to be off the mark from Prunty. But VCSU ultimately with a solid half of production, 59-25. over the Pilots at the halftime break. We'll take the break as well. We'll be back here in a little bit with the start of our second half of basketball right here on the VCSU Athletics channel. And we'll run through our statistics here real quick while we got a few minutes to go till the start of the third quarter. It is, of course, a 59 to 25 lead for VCSU over the Providence Pilots. Looking at some of the leading scorers for VCSU, Abby Ashlison leading with 21 points, also has 7 rebounds today. Ashlyn Deemert with 12 points. Tilda Mordson with 12 as well. Olivia Backus with 2. Ellie Broughton with 4. Elise Hebrink with 6. Madison Spacier has 2. And that'll about wrap up the scoring there for VCSU. Rebound margin, it is actually Providence on the better side, 22-20. Although Valley City has not missed a lot of shots, so haven't really gotten the opportunity to perhaps expand on those. But there haven't really been very many missed shots for the Pilots. Only 21 total shots taken for the Pilots, 51 for Valley City. If you're wondering why there's so much of a discrepancy, well, it has to do with the turnovers for Providence. 25 turnovers for the Pilots and no assist. I've never seen a turnover margin that bad before. 25-0 in favor of turnovers to assist. VCSU with 13 steals on the day, 2 blocks as well. Shooting 26 of 51 from the floor, only 2 of 11 from deep, but when you have the size advantage like you have, just go inside and make things really simple. So VCSU hasn't really taxed themselves too much. The Pilots, if they're going to, try to chip away at this deficit, maybe look for them to go beyond the arc. Only 6 3-pointers taken, but they are 3 of 6 from beyond the arc. So maybe try to see if the Pilots are going to try to bomb their way out of this, 34-point deficit. But we will see how that plays out when we're ready to start our third quarter. Back here in 3.5 minutes on the VCSU Athletics Channel. And welcome back here, everyone, to the Osman Fieldhouse. We have our third quarter about to get underway. It'll be VCSU starting out with the ball. 59-25, they lead. Leading scorer for the Vikings is freshman Ashlison, or Abby Ashlison. Got 21.7 rebounds, so only 3 rebounds shy of that double-double Providence. 11 of their 25 have come from Fiona Garcia. She's 2 of 2 from 3. Vikings, the only thing they really haven't done well in this game, has shot the ball well from deep. And why would you shoot the ball from deep when you can go into Ashlison and continuously get 2 points? So quick bucket starts things out for the Vikings. 61-25. Garcia for a step back shot. No good. Good rebound there by Diemert. Now the ball again pushed up down the floor. Trying to spin her way inside. Ball getting rotated around the perimeter. Good look for a 3, and that gets knocked down by Ellie Bratton. Broughton, excuse me. Broughton knocks down the 3, and Valley City now sitting on the precipice of a 40-point lead. And that one gets thrown out of bounds. Golder not able to get the handle on it. So Broughton missed a lot of that first half in foul trouble. She had 2. Quick one in there for Asselson, and Golder, who looked like she might have been able to have the block there, but ultimately caught a lot of contact, and that'll make it 64-25, and that'll make it a first foul for Golder. Again, not a lot of fouls for a team that presses in Providence, and they'll rotate out again. Kind of like a hockey shift this team does, where everyone plays in 5-man units, and everyone has their own individual huddles during timeouts. Free throw is up, and that one rattles home. So now VCSU with their largest lead of the game at 40 points. Next foul shot is up, and that one rattles home as well. So a 2-for-2 trip. As the lead continues to grow here for the Vikings. Ball getting rotated around the perimeter here for Allie. She'll step in for a shot. That'll brick off the front end. Good long rebound run out there by Hebrink. Now Broughton thought about the 3, now kicks it over in the corner for another 3 by Ashlyn Diemert, her third 3 of the ball game. And now the Pilots try for a quick 3, but Spacer able to run down the loose ball, and that'll be over to Broughton. Tried to throw a pass, and, well, just Broughton trying to figure with the eyes in the back of her head, just didn't quite see the traffic behind her. And so loose ball, and they call the timeout or they get the tie-up, and it looks like the tie-up got called. Or no, it looks like they did call the timeout. So it will be a full 1-minute timeout coming up here for the Pilots. They trail 69-25. Back here in a minute on the VCSU Athletics channel. (69-25) with 8.5 minutes left to go here in the third quarter. Pilots yet to break through in this third quarter. Ball into the hands of Warren as she'll be bringing the ball up, working against Broughton. Now a quick shot inside, might have been deflected away by Ashlison, and add another block to her tally. She's had herself a very impressive game, and obviously VCSU is a clear overmatch for Providence. But if you look at the way as Ashlison's played, she's played calm, cool, collective, and has really been kind of controlled in her motions. Pass up ahead to Deemert, and that one's a little too far out in front. She's winning with size, yes, but she's also winning with some pretty good technique and some good instincts on finding where to be at on the floor. That long pass gets deflected out of bounds. Warren not able to corral it. And that'll be Tilda Mortson coming in, the junior from Ängelholm, Sweden. Having herself a very nice game so far in double figures. Now long pass over in the corner for a three. That is going to be off the side of the rim. No good. Rebound gets tipped away, and, well, Valley City's going to be able to hold on to possession. So underneath the basket inbound net will be Ellie Broughton. Broughton trying to dump it inside for Spacier, and Spacier puts it up and in. 71-25 edge for the Vikings. As now here comes Providence. Trying to bang their way inside. Good defense there being put on by Mortson. Pass gets tipped away, stolen away by Hebrink. Now into the arms of Deemert. Deemert going coast to coast, lays it out to Broughton, but Broughton leaves the layup too short. Good recovery rebound there by Hebrink to finish it off. Make it 73-25. And that is a nice play by Deemert to steal that one away, trying to go inside to Warren, but Deemert cut it off. Now Deemert trying to go all the way herself, leaves the floater a bit short. Now Warren gets pressured. She'll give it over to Allie. Allie now over to Sherman. Sherman has it ripped away from behind. VCSU not quite able to save it, and a hard tumble into the post for Hebrink. And another line change coming in. So Faith Lorock set to inbound it. Lorock looking up top, gives it over to Garcia. Garcia being guarded by Broughton, able to slice her way inside, and, well, Garcia has been the focal point of this offense for the Pilots. Continues to be able to knife her way inside. 73-27, that's the first score of this third quarter for Providence. Laying it inside here over to Mortson. Mortson leaves it a bit short. Can't quite bully her way for the rebound, and that'll be a reach-in foul on VCSU. And they're going to get that foul on Spacier. That'll be her first foul, and the first foul for VCSU in this quarter. Both teams now with one apiece. Fiona Garcia trying to get her way inside. Now gives over to Cameron. Cameron has that ball knocked free, and now VCSU trying to run with it. Going down the floor, contested layup, no good. Ball getting fought for, and that'll be a foul on Valley City. A little too aggressive on the reach in there. That'll be the second foul on Spacier. So 5 more bodies coming in. Letterino coming in. She'll be the one inbounding it. Now driving inside, it's going to be Rio Ferrio, and going to get knocked for the travel, trying to pass it out to Buchan. Kuklinski coming in. Kuklinski bringing the ball up here for VCSU. Working against some pressure. She'll dump it over to Spacier. Spacier hesitates, now kicks it out. Good look here for Backus for a 2, and gets the kind roll off the back rim. So Backus able to get her first points here of this second half. 75-27. Now that is about as much of a walk as you can get, walking from the three-point line to the free throw line from the wing. It's kind of one of those where it's like, the first time it's like, okay, it's nearly a 50-point game. I get letting it go, but at some point you got to blow the whistle. So Spacia bringing the ball up. She's going to barrel her way inside. A little too much on the power floater, and that'll be a reach and foul on VCSU. That'll be on Tilda Mortson. If you're going down the lines of, going through the coaches, what Vanessa Johnson's thinking to her team, you show the tape, you're winning by this much. How do you get talking points from this game? Well, the talking points that you're probably going to bring up are, maybe shoot the three a little bit better, but ultimately it's been a product of how VCSU has played, just consistently going inside, but probably also calming down on the reach-in. A lot of preventable fouls VCSU has taken today. 3 ball for the Pilots. That's going to rattle out. Finds its way to Mortson. Kuklinski now dealing with a bit of pressure there by Caparillos. Now wide open 3 for Cotton. That's going to be off the mark. And Mortson able to pick up the rebound. Now floats it over to the side. Inside opportunity. And Kuklinski can't quite get it to fall. So the sophomore from Esco, Minnesota, going to get an opportunity at the stripe here for 2 shots. I remember seeing Claire Cotton when she was just either a freshman or a sophomore over at Central Cass High School, as that free throw is going to be off the mark. Her Central Cass Squirrels ended up playing the Grafton Spoilers in the state championship. Also Claire Cotton and as well as Delaney Cotton were on that team. 2 free throws missed, and those Grafton Spoilers and the Central Cass Squirrels for a couple of years had a very intense rivalry and deciding who was going to be best in Class B those years. 75-27 as the jump ball is called. Pilots get the ball underneath their own basket. Also, the Kindred Vikings were in that mix as well. And so it was about a 2-year period where Class B basketball was probably at its all-time best in terms of the level of play. And the 2 Cotton girls that are on this Vikings team were a big part of that. 3-pointer off the mark. Might have been blocked a little bit. Be another rebound there for Mortson over to Kuklinski. Over now to Mortson. Mortson drives right down the middle. And another sweet-looking layup from Mortson. Makes it now a 50-point edge for the Vikings. Quick 3-pointer off the mark. And now the ball bouncing around, and no one can find it. Eventually finds its way over to Adrian Alley, and she'll get hacked on the way up, and she'll get 2 shots. That'll be a foul over on Kuklinski, so she's now got 3. Valley City went from no fouls to 4 pretty quickly, and more substitutions set to come in here as Sophie Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota, right alongside Delaney Cotton. Well, shot is going to be up, but it rattles out, so deficit stays at 50 for the moment. Another shot is up, and that's going to rattle out. Ball getting tipped around here, and that's going to be pulled down here for the Vikings as they throw it over in the corner for Cotton. And Cotton, and it looks like that back heel clicked on the baseline, and that'll be a turnover there. Ball gets thrown up here over to Fiona Garcia, leading scorer for the Pilots. Good little crossover as she goes inside. Nice bounce pass, and still can't finish it. That would have been, I believe, perhaps the first assist for the Pilots in this game. Had Golder been able to finish that one off. First foul shot for Golder is off the back rim and no good. And, well, Providence started out very good from the line, and now they've slipped close to 50%. And that foul shot is off the mark. Still a bit too strong. Bachmeyer pulls down the rebound, draws a triple team. Now VCSU pushing it with numbers. Hard bounce pass, and Mortson couldn't hold off Garcia. Now Garcia streaking down the floor. Head fakes on a 3. Now trying to drive inside. Bounce pass tipped away, and it'll belong back here to Providence. So inbounds coming up here. It'll be Patience Benjo doing the inbounding. Then Joe able to find Garcia. Garcia takes a quick three and rattles it home. So Garcia continues to have herself a good day scoring the ball. Now Valley City pushing up with Backus over in the corner for a three. And that one rattles out. Rebound pulled down by Cotton. Now to Backus in the corner for a three. That one rattles out. Ball still getting tipped around. Morrison's got it. Now out to Bachmeyer for a three. Rattles out again. Ball again tipped around, and it is going to belong to Providence. So, handful of really good looking three-point opportunities there for the Vikings, but they can't quite seem to be able to take the lid off the basket. Really, the only one that shot well from the outside has been Ashlyn Diemert. 77-29 here in the third quarter. Providence trying to knife their way inside. That pass gets tipped away. Now they're trying to bully their way through, and that'll be a layup up and in for Adrian Alley. Now, quick little 1-2 up the floor here for the Vikings. They turn down a three. Now they're trying to go inside. Layup off the mark, no good. Claire Cotton not able to finish that one. Now they're trying to go right down the floor. That one gets tipped away, and that'll be out of bounds off the Vikings, as coming back into the game will be Aubrey Prunty. So Tilda Morrison goes to the bench. VCSU doing a good job of guarding the inbounds. Late pass in right at the stroke of four. Trying to find their way inside. They kick it out to the corner. Now back inside they go. Shot underneath the basket. A little too far underneath as it clangs off the underside of the rim. Pass up ahead. Good looking opportunity for the Vikings. And they'll lay it up and in to Aubrey Prunty. 79-31 as we tick under 2 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Wild looking layup. Good defense there by Cotton to force the miss. Bachmeyer with the tip pass. Now laying it up ahead here to Backus. Backus inside to Delaney Cotton. And Delaney Cotton going to go to the stripe for two shots as well. Still looking at the numbers, 34 of 68 for Valley City from the field so far. So again, shooting at a very high percentage, but with the way they've been able to get those shots inside, it's not a surprise at how good they are shooting in terms of a percentage. Foul shot going to be up and in there for Delaney Cotton. Foul shot up, foul shot in, so it is a 50-point edge once again for VCSU. Pass up ahead here, nearly a walk with it. A little bit of bump on the layup, and no foul. Claire Cotton able to bring in the rebound. Gives it over to Kuklinski. Now up ahead, running layup is going to be in. Good job by Prunty to get ahead of the defense. And finishing that little bit of an off-balance layup there. Had to get the shot out of her hand quickly before she got out of bounds. Providence trying to set up a head fake. Now they'll give it over here to Warren. Warren working against Kuklinski. Kuklinski trying to trap her on the baseline. Up and under layup, no good. And that one's going to be ripped free, but a little bit too much contact there from Hannah Cabarillos. And the sophomore from Battleford, Saskatchewan is going to get called for the foul. So Backus gives out the ball over to Claire Cotton. Cotton throws a pass a little too tall for Kuklinski, but she brings it in. Another three-pointer coming up. That one halfway down, but comes all the way out. Valley City, though, gets the rebound. Over here to Cotton, Delaney Cotton. Working her way inside, trying to back in. Throws up a shot, no good, but Kuklinski gets the board. And a little bit of contact there. Got a player underneath. Someone might have caught a forearm to the nose, perhaps on the teeth. I don't know exactly what happened. But either way, it's Sherman that's a bit shaken out, the freshman from Hamilton, Ontario. I don't see any blood, so good news there. But in the scrap for the ball, someone's arm might have come up and uppercut the kind of lip or nose of Sherman. 85-31 here. Garcia, nice little head fake, but Kuklinski rips it free. Kuklinski now dealing with the press from Garcia from behind. Three-pointer coming up by Cotton off the back rim, no good. Runs down her own rebound. Delaney Cotton barges inside, and that'll be a blocked shot out of bounds. So 9-second differential between the shot and game clock. Kuklinski set to be inbound of this one for VCSU. Inside pass for Delaney Cotton, and she lays it up and in. 87-31. VCSU continues to pour it on here. All handed off around the perimeter. Good pressure there by Kuklinski as we tick down to 10 seconds to go. Binjo has it stripped away. Now Backus with the ball, pushes it up ahead, and Prunty does a good job to lay that up and in, and that'll make it 89-31. Providence not going to be able to do anything with the remaining time, and it is another impressive quarter from VCSU. We'll be back here when we are ready to start the fourth quarter here on VCSU Athletics. So we're ready to begin our fourth quarter play. It's 89-31 in favor of VCSU. As Kuklinski will be bringing the ball up here. Kuklinski rotates it over to Claire Cotton, and Claire Cotton finally able to get herself on the board. Oh, Garcia now throwing it over to Golder. Golder now back around the perimeter. Over for a three, and that's going to be no good. Binjo not able to get it to fall. Now Delaney Cotton. Working over here to Backus, now over to Kuklinski. Kuklinski for a three to Prunty, no good, long rebound. Going to be run down by Backus and saves it over to Claire Cotton. Prunty turns down to three, now back over to Kuklinski. Now back over to Backus. Backus down the baseline, can't get the fall, but Claire Cotton is there to scoop up the miss, and that'll make it 93-31. So VCSU continues to shoot well from the floor. They so far shot, well, now over 50%. Looking at the stats while we got some time at the end of the third, 38-76 in terms of shooting for VCSU. That's 50%, 4 and 19 from deep. Turnovers, 16 for VCSU, 35 for the Pilots, and to only one assist. So that, again, continues to be a turnover margin like I have never seen before. Three ball on the way, and that's going to be off the back rim and no good, as Claire Cotton again able to bring in the rebound. Ball pushed up ahead here. Cotton for three. That's going to be off the rim, no good, but Kuklinski able to run it down. Claire Cotton now gives it over to Backus. Now on the baseline they go to Kuklinski. Kuklinski lays it up and in. So VCSU well on their way to eclipsing the century mark with 8.5 minutes to go, and the layup is going to be knocked away, but ultimately a little too much contact there for the officials' liking, and that'll be two shots coming up. So it's going to be Kishi Rio Ferrio going to be getting two shots at the stripe. 2 points so far in the game, but can't get that foul shot to fall, and now the Pilots under 50% for the game. Started out the game very well from the stripe, but have since just not been able to continue their solid marks from the stripe, as that's an 0 for 2 trip. Kuklinski pushing the ball up here for the Vikings. Now we're to Backus. Backus working down the baseline. Pass over to Cotton for three, and Claire Cotton knocks it down. So Claire Cotton makes it 98-31. And that pass not able to be stolen away by Cotton, and now the Pilots get an opportunity here for a three themselves, but miss off to the side for an air ball. Now pushed up ahead here to Delaney Cotton. Delaney Cotton can't get it to fall, but Claire Cotton follows up her sister's miss, lays it up and in, and VCSU finally at 100 points. That'll make it 100-31 as VCSU takes the timeout. So we'll be back here in 30 seconds on VCSU Athletics. So a long timeout taken there as VCSU leads 100-31. And, well, the Cottons have started to get it going. And they're going to be pieces for the future for this VCSU team. And I remember both Claire and Delaney Cotton over at Central Cass doing battle with the Grafton Spoilers, the Kindred Vikings, back when there were three dominant teams in Class B basketball. Long three-pointer is going to be well off the mark. That one's going to be run down and taken away by VCSU. Pass up ahead here to Bachmeyer. Bachmeyer gives it over to Claire Cotton. Now back run over to Backus. Backus going inside. Dealt with a little push from behind. Four players coming in here for the Pilots. So inbound on the ball here is going to be Sophie Bachmeyer. Bachmeyer leaves over to Delaney Cotton for a wide open three, and she knocks it down. So Delaney Cotton able to stretch the floor and stretch the lead up to a very, very sizable amount. 72 points. Pass inside, gets knocked away. Vikings with the steal. Now they'll push the ball up ahead here. Bachmeyer has it knocked away from behind and had it go off her foot and then couldn't really quite recover the ball. And VCSU have to fall back here on defense. 103-31. Long three, not able to be banked in there. Bachmeyer able to get through the first wave of pressure. Now it comes to her from behind. Claire Cotton going inside. Wild layup and one. So Claire Cotton continues to play well against Providence, and VCSU again just continues to shoot a very, very high percentage from the floor, and all these turnovers for the Pilots have let this game get a bit more lopsided than they probably wanted it to. 105-31 with 6:47 to go. Claire Cotton getting another free throw here off the back rim and no good. Rebound pulled in by LaRock. Now LaRock, the sophomore from Niverville, Manitoba, pushing it up. Inside for Garcia. Fiona Garcia can't finish at the cup. Now Bachmeyer getting double teamed. Able to get over to Cotton. Now back over to Bachmeyer. Bachmeyer dealing with some pressure here by Golder. Now Backus going inside. Kicks in the corner. Over to Prunty. Now back around the perimeter for the Vikings. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Inside opportunity. No good. Didn't hit rim, but the Pilots got the rebound anyway, and that'll be tipped out of bounds. Aubrey Prunty stuck out her arm, and it was able to knock that one away. So 105-31. Another three-pointer, no good. VCSU going to claim the rebound, and that'll be a possession arrow for the Pilots. That one gets thrown up ahead, and now the ball around to the outside. LaRock looked like he was trying to hint at possibly a three, but gives it up to Golder. Now back to LaRock. LaRock with a little jab step inside. Good move by her to clear some space. Use the shoulder to create some separation between her and the defender, and lays it up and in. 105-33. That pass gets knocked away momentarily. Ball on the deck. Rolling pass going to be picked up by LaRock. Claire Cotton falling back on defense. Now the ball just getting rolled around here by the Pilots, and that one, it's nearly the top of the backboard and goes in. I guess the bank is open here in the afternoon on a Saturday in Valley City. And now Bachmeyer gets tied up from behind, and Providence still playing hard. Fiona Garcia able to cause that tie up. More substitutions coming in as Delaney Cotton will be subbed out for Tilda Moritzen. Over here to Kuklinski. Kuklinski just subbed in. Now back over here to Backus. Around the perimeter for the Vikings. Good screen set up. And that pass a little off the mark. It was Morrison trying to get the pass over to Backus, and Backus stuck out the hand. Just went off her fingertips and couldn't corral the ball before it went into her own bench. Late pass gets stolen away by Prunty. She doesn't have the numbers advantage, facing a 2-on-4 deficit, but able to create some space momentarily. Didn't pull the trigger on the three, but Claire Cotton will. And that one rattles out, not able to get that one to fall. Buchan pulls down the rebound. Now back over here to Mama Unick. Inside opportunity, good defense by Claire Cotton, and that'll force a walk by Buchan. And Buchan clenching her knee. Being helped up from the floor, might have either lost her footing or had it buckle a little bit. And she still has yet to be able to get up off the floor. So they're going to attend to her down near the baseline. So she's saying she just needed a moment to try to get herself up. And it looks like that she's not being able to put any pressure on that right knee. Unfortunately, she's able to kind of hobble her way off to the bench. Hoping that it was just a pop and not something a little bit more severe. Kuklinski lays it up ahead to Prunty. Prunty dealing with pressure coming in from behind. Pass back to Kuklinski. Now over to Delaney Cotton. Delaney Cotton head fakes. Now back over here to Backus. Backus goes inside, throws up a wild shot that's no good as we tick to about 4 minutes to go here in the ball game. Ball thrown over here in the corner. Inside opportunity now being trying to set up for Alley. Now back up top to Warren. Warren's going to get called for a double dribble. City will get the ball back, and another player for Providence is down. So 2 injuries here and not that much time, as we'll take the pause while the situation is attended to here over at the WE Osman Fieldhouse. VCSU leading 105-36. So the injury able to be cleared up as Providence takes a 30-second timeout to try to get a little bit more rest to their players. 105-36. Taking a look at the North Dakota State Bison score. They're winning 52-6 over Murray State. Indiana State came back to beat Southern Illinois 20-17. Ball getting rotated around the perimeter here for the Vikings as they give it over to Kuklinski. Kuklinski back in the corner. Kicks it for Prunty for a three, and that'll be a foul on Prunty. 3:37 to go here in the ball game. Both teams now with 2 fouls apiece. 105-36, and a dominant showing for VCSU today. Step back three, no good by Fiona Garcia. Now Prunty bringing the ball up, pulls it back, kicks it out over to Bachmeyer. Now Prunty trying to go inside, kicks it over to Kuklinski for a three. That one rattles out. Rebound pulled down, and that layup going to be no good, and that'll be an over the back on Mortson. So still refereeing the game tight, despite the 79-point edge for VCSU. 105-36. Yeah, about as lopsided of performance as you could hope for VCSU in the right way. Plenty of scoring. Bench players got some experience and shot the ball well at times. Golder inside, can't get that one to fall as that one gets partially blocked by about 3 different Vikings. Ball pushed up ahead here to Prunty. Prunty over down to Claire Cotton, now to Kuklinski. Back around the perimeter for VCSU. Prunty going inside, hard bounce pass to Delaney Cotton. Delaney Cotton gets the mid-range 2 to fall, and that'll make it a 81-point advantage. 3 ball coming up, no good, tipped out of bounds, and it'll belong back to VCSU. Cotton inbounds the ball, gives it over to Bachmeyer, now back to Claire Cotton. Hard bounce pass. Inside to Delaney, and Delaney will finish it off. So Kuklinski doing a good job off the bench there at distributing and playing some good defense and overall providing good hustle. And that'll be tipped out of bounds, and it'll belong, looks like, to VCSU. So the Pilots continue to press. VCSU continues to just get whatever they want at the basket. Claire Cotton knifing inside, gives over to Bachmeyer. Bachmeyer kicks it out over to Kuklinski. Back to Bachmeyer in the corner. Trying to give it over to Delaney Cotton. Delaney Cotton dealing with pressure from behind, gets bumped out to Bachmeyer for a three, knocks it down. So Bachmeyer now brings the Valley City total to 112. 3 ball no good, right to Bachmeyer. Bachmeyer gives it back to Kuklinski. Kuklinski Now pushes it up ahead. Gives it over to Bachmeyer. Now back to Kuklinski. And that's going to be a foul from behind on Golder. That'll be the second foul on Nia Golder. More players coming in off the bench. Reminder, folks, we will have the VCSU Brandon game coming up after this. Three-pointer from the corner, and they knock it down. So Prenti gets another one to fall in VCSU. Now up by 79. Running layup, no good. Ball being fought for. Prenti has it. VCSU saying hold the ball, or at least try to space it out. Motion being used up top here. Over to Kuklinski, now back to Bachmeyer. Now back over to Prenti for a three. Knocks it down. So it is now a 82-point lead for VCSU. Around the horn for the Pilots, trying to find one last defiant salvo. Shot for three, no good. VCSU can't quite hold for the final shot. About a 7-second differential between the shot and game clock. In for Kuklinski, can't get it to fall. Providence will pull down the rebound, and they throw it away. So now VCSU will be able to run the rest of this clock out. Providence trying to get in a quick sub for Emma Sherman. So VCSU is going to win this game, depending on whether or not they're going to be able to run this clock out or whether or not Providence is just going to pester them the rest of the way, and it looks like they are going to indeed try to pester. VCSU also might be trying to run some offense. 8 seconds, now down to 5. And it does look like VCSU is just content to run the rest of this out, and that'll do it. 118-36 will be our final score today as VCSU thoroughly dominates Providence University College. So we'll be back here when we are ready to start up our men's contest between the VCSU Vikings and the Brandon Bobcats here on the VCSU Athletics Channel. And welcome back here, everyone, to the W.E. Osman Fieldhouse here in Valley City as we're getting ready to begin our second game of today. It'll be VCSU taking on Brandon University. Let's get to our starting lineups real quick. First, we'll start off with Brandon University. At guard, it'll be Nathan Saldo, the 6'4 freshman from Edmonton, Alberta. 5'11 guard from St. Paul, Minnesota will be Dwayne Thompson. At the other guard spot will be Darko Kark, the freshman from Vancouver. And then the two forwards will be Sultan Hadir Bhatti, the swingman from Laval, Quebec, Canada, and Max Winters, the sophomore from Brandon, Manitoba. For VCSU, we'll start off with the guards. It'll be a 3 or 4 guard set. It'll be Tyler Krieger, the 6'2 guard from Owatonna, Minnesota. Lamar Grayson, the senior guard from Ridgefield, Minnesota. Agua Naiwesh, the 6'4 guard from Austin, Minnesota. And Caden Grindy, the junior guard from Spring Grove, Minnesota. And the man down low will be Odier Olang, the 6'6 forward from St. Cloud, Minnesota. So we got about a minute to go till the pregame festivities. Again, if you missed the first game, it was a dominant 118-36 win for VCSU over Providence. Leading scorer in that game was Abby Aslison. 23 points, 7 rebounds on 10 of 13 shooting. Ashlyn Deemert had 15 points on 6 of 10 shooting. She was 3 of 6 from deep. Ellie Broughton had 7. Elise Hebrink had 8. Madison Spacer had 4. Sophie Bachmeyer had 3. Olivia Backus 6. Claire Cotton 11. Aubrey Prunty had 14. Tilda Morrison had 14. And Delaney Cotton had 9. Avery Kuklinski had 4 points as well, so every single player that got on the floor for Valley City ended up scoring at least 1 bucket. So we'll be back here when we are ready for our opening tip here on VCSU Athletics. And the starting lineups have been introduced. Again, if you missed it for VCSU, it'll be Tyrell Krieger, Lamar Grayson, Odier Olang, Agua Nawesh, and Caden Grindy, the starting five for VCSU. It'll be Nathan Saldo, Dwayne Thompson, Darko Karik, Sultan Hadir Bhatti, and Max Winters, the starting five for the Brandon Bobcats. So VCSU looking to make it a clean sweep in the exhibition play today. In earlier, it was a 118-36 win for the Vikings over the Pilots of Providence on the girls' side. So VCSU trying to wrap up their pregame huddle. And we're ready to get underway here in Valley City. Gil Chung, the coach for Brandon University. Ryan Montgomery in his 9th season as the lead man for VCSU. Olang, the man to jump for VCSU. Tip is going to be won by Brandon. So Brandon gets possession of the ball to start things out. It'll be Carrick set to inbound it. Carrick gives it up over Dwayne Thompson. Ball getting rotated around the perimeter. Winters might have got away with a bit of a walk. Now over to Saldo. Saldo back to Thompson. Thompson dealing with pressure from Grindy. Now the ball outside for a three, and that one's going to rattle out. Picked up in possession here by Krieger. Krieger over to Olang. Olang back up top here to Grayson. Now the ball's going to be reset to Krieger. Calling for some offense to be set up here, but not much movement is going on. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Thought about the mid-range too, but turns it off over on the baseline, and we'll have ourselves a foul on the deck. That is going to be attached to Darko Carrick. His first foul, bit of a bailout foul there. Valley City not doing a great job of creating space on that. Olang on the outside, turns down to three, now goes inside. Grindy for three, knocks it down. So Grindy gets us started with an opening tray, and that'll make it 3-0 in favor of VCSU. All over to Carrick on the outside, being guarded by Grindy. Winters comes and sets a screen. Now Olang rotates onto him. Winters, the 6'8" center, working against Grindy, trying to back his way inside. Trying to go up and under, gets stuffed by Agua. Now they're going inside, nearly lost the handle on it. Corner three ball coming up, and they rattle that one home. So a bit of stick-to-itiveness there by the Bobcats, and Dwayne Thompson splashes that one home for three. 3-3 ball game, 1.5 minutes into this first half. Olang hands the ball off over to Grayson. Grayson inside, splits the defense, and lays it up and in. So the 6-foot guard from Richfield, Minnesota gets himself on the board with his first 2 points of the game. A little two-man action here for the Bobcats. They bring the ball up through the Vikings' pressure. Now back up top here to Carrick. Over here to Bhatti. Bhatti lays it off to Winters. Thompson working against Krieger. Now Grindy sliding over on Carrick. Carrick going inside. Little layoff to Max Winters for 2 points. So both teams have 5 points. Now over to Olang. He's going to step in for a transition three and knocks it down. Odier Olang, the senior forward from St. Cloud, Minnesota. Carrick whips a pass over to Saldo. Saldo back up top here to Bhatti. Bhatti being pressured up. Now trying to slide his way through Olang. Good looking spin move. Creates some space and knocks it down. So 8-7 for the Vikings, but the Bobcats have come out and made the last 3 shots. Krieger trying to slide his way past on offense, but Ryan's Max Winters blocking the way. Now back over here to Grayson. Grayson looking to the sidelines for the play call. Now kicks over to Krieger. Krieger being guarded, trying to go inside against the much bigger Bhatti. Uses his athleticism to create the angle and lays it up over the 6'4" forward. Now pushed up ahead here to Bhatti. Winters coming to set a screen. Now lays off a pass here to Carrick. Carrick uses a screen by Winters but doesn't create any space. Now 3 ball coming up by Saldo, and he knocks that down. So 4 straight makes here for the Bobcats as it's 10-10. 10-10 with 16 and a half to go here in this first half. Vikings trying to go up inside. Good looking move, but not quite the finish required by Grayson. Fonte, the senior from Quebec, gonna call a timeout, and that'll be our first timeout of the ball game. 10-10 ball game with 16:06 left to go here in the first quarter. Going to be a full timeout back here in a minute on VCSU Athletics. So we're going to break out of our first timeout here. 16:06 left to go in this first half. Both teams stuck on 10 points. It'll be the Bobcats in possession of the ball as they'll make a substitution here. John Deo coming in for the Bobcats. That'll be their only substitution. He'll be coming in to, I believe, replace Max Winters. So Deo set to inbound it. Reset it up top here to Saldo, who just flashed in a 3 last possession down. Dwayne Thompson, a little shake and bake. Able to create some space, can't quite finish at the rim, and that'll be touched out of bounds by Saldo. Agua Naiwesh on defense. So now Tyrell Krieger bringing the ball up here. Junior guard from Owatonna, Minnesota. Now he'll take a nice looking 3, and he knocks that one down. So VCSU pushes the lead up to 3, but the Bobcats have been very pesky so far today. But Krieger creates another steal. It doesn't have the numbers, down 1 on 3. Now passes it back over to Grindy. Now back over here to Krieger. Krieger driving inside, going to draw the harm, but layup not going to count. That foul's going to be on the deck, so it'll be the second foul here charged to the Bobcats. That's going to be on Darko Karic. Bounce pass over here. Karic. Now with 2 fouls in this game. Naiwesh kicks it out to Krieger for a 3. Knocks it down. So back-to-back splashdowns by Krieger, and that makes it 16-10 for the Vikings. Now we're here to Deo. Deo going inside. Now over to Saldo. Saldo, well, lucky not to, Agua Naiwesh is not to draw the foul there. Went through the back of Saldo trying to get to that ball, but ultimately it'll just be out of bounds off the Vikings. Dwayne Thompson set to inbound this ball. Holding on to it now, he'll find Karic. Now back over here to Dwayne Thompson. Thompson, a little jab step, steps into a 3 and knocks it down. So Dwayne Thompson makes it a 3-point game once again as, well, Brandon, every single time it looks like VCSU is putting together some momentum, able to hit a shot to give them some life themselves. Cutting pass inside. What a pass by Olang to set up Lamar Grayson with the up and under layup. 18-13. Ball pushed up ahead, and now here comes Saldo, and Saldo able to get it over the arm of Krieger. Bit of a lackluster fall back on defense there by VCSU. Now VCSU trying to push inside to Olang. Olang got mugged on the way up, and that's going to be a foul attached to Botti. That'll be his first, third foul on the Bobcats. Another substitution getting set to come in here for the Bobcats. Looks like this is going to be Luke Moreau coming in, the freshman from Montreal, Quebec, alongside Jakari Lindsay from Oakland, California. That'll miss off to the side, so the lead still remains at 3. Jaden Pacha coming in for the Vikings alongside Shahid Muhammad. Next foul shot for Olang is going to be good, and that'll put the lead up to 4. Ladarius Stanfield now coming in, the senior forward from Sacramento, California. 19-15. About 14 minutes to go here as Moreau nearly walked with it. Now back to Botti, back to Moreau. Moreau nearly loses it again. Tough defense for Valley City, and that forces a turnover. Never looked comfortable bringing the ball up on that one. So Stanfield inbounded the ball to Krieger. Trying to use the screen. Krieger calling for someone to come up and set one. Now he's going to drive in himself. Over to Stanfield. Stanfield backing his way down, back up top. 3 ball coming up for Muhammad. No good. That one gets tipped around. Krieger brings in the bouncing ball and lays it up and in. Good read off the miss by Krieger as he pushes the lead up to 6. Valley City shooting 8 of 10 from the field, and that'll be a foul. Now it'll be attached to Agua Naiwesh. Naiwesh getting a bit too handsy there on defense. That'll be his first foul, the first foul for the Vikings as well. Checking in will be Genesis Kemp, senior from Grand Rapids, Michigan. All set up here to Thompson. Thompson's hit a couple of big threes. Bati for a 3, no good. Rebound pulled down by Muhammad. Now Muhammad crossing over, going inside, throws it up and gets it to fall. Shahid Muhammad with the quickness gets the layup, and Valley City State University having to fall back on defense. 3 ball coming up and knocked down from the outside for Jakari Lindsay. Score remains very tightly contested here in the first 7 minutes. A little bit of a give and go here. Hand the ball off to Muhammad again. Now back to Krieger. Krieger bounce pass inside to Stanfield. Stanfield gets triple teamed, throws it away, and now it's going to be into the hands of Dwayne Thompson. Thompson lays it up ahead for Deo. Now back to Thompson. Thompson left open for 3. Off the back rim, no good. Muhammad with the rebound. Muhammad pushing the ball up, trying to split the defense. Lays it up, and that'll be a blocking foul. Deo looking incredulously at the referee. Might have had a foot inside that restricted circle. So Deo gets called for it. First foul on him today. So Shahid Muhammad has come in and provided some much-needed energy for VCSU. A couple more substitutions getting set to check in. Foul shot up, foul shot in. Nathan Saldo and Liam MacArthur checking in. MacArthur for the first time, freshman, 6'6", from Swan River, Manitoba. Decent size here on this Brandon team. Muhammad's foul shot a bit short, and that one gets tipped out, and that's going to belong to Brandon. So Kemp try to get to that one. Might have been a bit over the back, but did a good job really to not go through his marker on that one. Inbound the ball here to Carrick. Carrick now streaking down the baseline, being hounded in the back pocket. Pulls it out. Kemp a little too slow on defense, and the layup can't quite fall as Jakari Lindsay got his man leaning, immediately cut inside. And Kemp a bit slow on the rotation on defense. Couldn't quite get that, couldn't quite recover enough to prevent his man from getting by him. So Jakari Lindsay, the junior from Oakland, California, getting set for his foul shot. It is up and off the back rim and no good. So no substitutions for either side. Foul shot is going to be up and in this time, so it's a 1-for-2 trip. Muhammad bringing the ball up here for the Vikings, in front by 5. Trying to find a way to get by his man. Muhammad doing a good job with the crossover. Now lays it back off here for Grayson. Grayson now out here to Kemp for a 3. Wide open, can't knock it down. Muhammad, though, fights through to get it. Got whacked on the way up. No call, ball being fought for. And that's going to be and one. Good stick-to-itiveness by the VCSU defense. Ball finds its way to Lamar Grayson, lays it up through the contact, got whacked on the way up, and he'll get the and one opportunity. 5 team fouls now on the Bobcats. Foul is going, not sure who quite got that foul attacked to him. And that is going to be a good free throw for Grayson. Now an 8-point advantage for the Vikings, their largest of the game. Saldo working against Muhammad. Muhammad sticking a hand in there. Trying to find a way inside. That one gets tipped up, and that is going to be out of play. Checking into the game is going to be Oseno Nagome. Nagome, a senior forward out of Osseo, Minnesota. So it'll be Muhammad and Grayson, the two primary ball handlers for the Vikings in this one. 27-19, 8-point edge for Valley City. Now they back it out to the perimeter for 3. Wide open off the front rim, no good. That one gets tipped around and out of bounds off VCSU. Pacha had a really good look, just could not get that one to fall. 27-19. And Carrick is going to get called for the walk. So VCSU's defense forces another unforced turnover. Or forced turnover, I should say. So Pacha said to inbound it. And the ball gets thrown away. Muhammad did a good job not to go chasing it initially because it would have been backcourt. Now able to retreat into the backcourt to get the ball. Now able to blow by everyone to lay it up and in. 29-19. And that one's stolen away by Kemp. Kemp trying to go all the way, glides in the air, hangs, and hits the layup. So quick defensive achievement there for VCSU. Make it 31-19. Now that one's stolen away. Now in transition, the Vikings lay it up, lay it in, and one for Lamar Grayson. So the defense paying off for VCSU. Genesis Kemp got the steal, hit it in transition, and another steal soon thereafter by Lamar Grayson. And now VCSU. And the free throw is in. That makes it 34-19. 34-19 for VCSU. And that one gets tipped up into the air. That is going to be a foul call. So 34-19 in favor of VCSU, but Vikings trying to clean it up a little bit here, giving up a few too many fouls their last few times down the floor. Muhammad, the one that gets tagged for it. Kemp applying pressure here to Saldo. Pass gets dumped off in the corner to Deo for a 3. Off the side of the backboard, no good. Now here comes Muhammad running the floor. Able to sprint by everyone again. Hangs, can't quite hit. He was waiting for the defense to catch up to him. Was trying to play for an and one. Now a little pass back to Deo. Stolen away. And that'll be a layup for Grayson. Good team defense there by the Vikings. The lead now up to 17. Long pass here. Inside to Max Winters. Winters gets swarmed to Deo. Now in the corner to Thompson, back to Deo. Deo trying to force his way inside, kicks it out to Winters, back to Deo. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Back up to Thompson, working against Muhammad. Hands the ball off here to Bati. Bati Off-balance shot, misses everything but the floor, and well, that is a bit too much effort there by Pacha trying to save that. The good news for Pacha is that he didn't possess the ball long enough to reset the shot clock, so it is only going to be at 3, but just kind of one of those where you try to do a little too much, and now we're having ourselves a discussion of whether he did possess it long enough. I mean, and they're going to reset the shot clock. I don't know about that one, but it is going to be reset to 20. They're going to say he possessed the ball long enough to warrant a change in the shot clock. Saldo, I don't think, noticed the change in the shot clock. That'll be out of bounds. Saldo's asking the ref for a foul, but I think the ref's going to tell him it was like you kind of did that one to yourself. 36-19 into the hands of Muhammad. Muhammad bringing the ball up for the Vikings. Now kicks it over here to Nagome. 3-ball heat check, no good. That taken by Lamar Grayson and can't get that one to fall. So now they're trying to go inside, but Nagome swats it away with authority. So Nagome swats it away, makes it 36-19. And now VCSU trying to find a way to come back here. And now that'll be a timeout taken here. Timeout taken back here in a few minutes on VCSU Athletics. (36-19) in favor of the Vikings. 9:16 left to go here in the first quarter. As the hesitation here by Thompson on the inbound, throws it up top and almost a little too tall for Teo. 2 Vikings went after it. Could be an odd man out on defense, but the Vikings do a good job to collapse back with Grindy. Batti has a shot blocked. Ball getting tipped around. Back to Batti. Now out over to Thompson off a tip. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Thompson going inside against Nagome and lays it up and in. So Thompson continues to be the offensive catalyst here for the Bobcats in this first half. Now Grayson bringing the ball up here for VCSU. Ball gets kicked over here inside over to Nagome. Now back here to Nywesh. Nywesh inside. Good looking bounce pass and feeds him right inside. So Nywesh. Good assist, and that'll be a foul on Lamar Grayson. Looking at the point total so far, Lamar Grayson with 14. Tyrell Krager going to have 10. Then 5 points for Osino Nagome. Or, excuse me, 5 points for Shahid Muhammad. 38-21, step back for Thompson, and he nails another one. Thompson feeling it right now. Now up to double figures. 38-23 with 8 minutes left to go here in this first half. All back into the hands of Krieger. Now over to Grayson. Grayson slicing his way inside, gets his man off balance, gets hit from behind, and that'll be 2 more shots. Jakari Lindsay a bit off balanced on that one and going to get called out for the foul. That'll be his first. It's now 6 fouls on the Bobcats, so VCSU still in the 1-1 bonus, or the 2-shot bonus, I should say. Going to be in the 1-shot bonus. Well, technically not, because the next foul is going to put him in the double. Foul shot is no good. So Saldo. Foul shot is up, a little low, but creeps it over the front of the rim, salvages a point from it. Vikings up by 16, 39-23. Good defense there by the Vikings, forcing Thompson. And, VCSU claiming that they were able to tip it back off Thompson. It was off the leg of Grindy, and Grindy tried to knock it back off Thompson. To no avail, according to our official. Now it'll be Lindsay doing the inbounding. Give it up over to Thompson. Thompson, step back three, nothing but air. Now ball being brought up by Nywesh. Nywesh to Grindy. Grindy lost the handle on it. Finds Olang. Olang out to Nywesh. Open three. Rattles out. Grindy not able to get the rebound. Over down to Bati. Bati bringing it up. Gets cut off. Now leads it back to Winters. Winters nearly walked with it. Back in the corner. Thompson. Little head fake. Excuse me. That is going to be Lindsay laying that one up and putting it in. Lead down to 14. 7 minutes left to go here in the first quarter. Pass here to Olang. Olang hands the ball off over to Krieger. Krieger going to pick up a foul on Lindsay. That'll be number 2. So substitution coming in is going to be Luke Moreau. Moreau coming in to replace Winters. Be the 1-1. So the 1-1 coming up here. First free throws coming up here for Krieger. VCSU hoping that Krieger makes this so they can make a substitution. Foul shot is up and in. And coming back in will be Muhammad. He'll be replacing Grayson. 40-25 here in our first half. Vikings with a comfortable lead, but mostly it's been the play of Dwayne Thompson that has kept the Bobcats in this game, scoring about half their points. That one's going to be up and in, so 16-point edge for the Vikings. Mati lays the ball up ahead to Saldo. Muhammad with the steal from behind. Now Muhammad lays it up ahead to Nywesh. Nywesh with the kiss off the glass to make it 18. Saldo letting the defense come to him, and Agua Nywesh, not a fan of the call. Thought that he was able to punch it out from behind, but got a little too much of the arm of Saldo. And coming back in, it's going to be, it looked like for a minute it was going to be Genesis Kemp, but now it'll be Jaden Pacha. Pacha coming in for Nywesh, who's now got 2 fouls on him. 5 team fouls on the Vikings so far. Thompson in possession, hands it off here to Lindsay. Lindsay takes a contested 3, but knocks it down. So Jakari Lindsay makes a 3 to cut the lead down to 9, or back down to 15. Grindy inside Olang, not quite able to save it in time. Pass a bit too far out in front by Grindy. VCSU shooting well from the floor, 16 of 24. But Brandon is 6 of 12 from deep, which is the sole reason they are semi-competitive in this game right now. It has become a runaway. Now they try to go inside, and that'll be an and-one opportunity for Dwayne Thompson. Bad rotational defense there by VCSU. Left the baseline open. And Odier Olang going to pick up the foul. 16 foul on the Vikings. Foul shot here for Thompson is short, and VCSU picks up the rebound. Now to Krieger. Puts it into the hands of Muhammad. Muhammad, step back 3 of his own. No good. Ball gets tipped out to Grindy. Now back inside, but ultimately lost by Pacha. VCSU sends a double team, but Saldo finds possession of the ball. Now back here to Bati. Bati gonna draw a blocking foul. They're gonna get that one on Krieger. That'll be the first foul on Krieger. That'll be the 7th foul on Valley City. Timeout taken. And we'll be back here in 1 minute. VCSU leads 43-30. (43-30) in favor of the Vikings. 5:25 to go here in the first quarter. For VCSU, again, the offense has not been the problem, but they've given up a fair amount of open threes here to Brandon, and they've been hitting at about a 50% clip. Also, a little bit of maybe overzealousness on defense has left them exposed in the back end more than a handful of times. So it'll be Sultan Haidir Bati. First free throw is missed, but Saldo gets the rebound. Now back out here to Moreau. Now back over to Thompson. Thompson has it blocked away by Pacha. Now to Muhammad. Muhammad running the floor. Gets mugged by Moreau. And that'll be, well, depending on what they call it, it'll be 1 and 1 or 2 shots, depending on if they thought Muhammad was going up for the shots, and they'll call it 1 and 1. So Genesis Kemp coming in. He'll be replacing Caden Grindy. So Thompson, the leading scorer for Brandon with 12. Muhammad's shot rattles out. Another missed shot, but Kemp sticks with it, but misses the layup himself. Now a tipped out here to Krieger, and Krieger ultimately able to finish it off. Lead back up to 15 for the Vikings. Now Lindsay for 3, and then a late foul called, and too much of a closeout there for Olang, and that's going to be 3 foul shots. So 3 foul shots coming up here for the Bobcats, as well, right now the Vikings can't quite seem to, in a sense, get out of their own way with these fouls. First foul shot is going to be up and short. So Lindsay not able to capitalize off the first free throw. Second foul shot for Lindsay is a little bit low, but creeps it over the front of the net. So Olang will go to the bench with his 2 fouls, and coming in will be Ladarius Stanfield. Third foul shot rattles out. It's only a 1 for 3 trip. So ultimately, the bad closeout only cost the Vikings 1 point. Krieger dealing with some handsy defense. Spins around, finds Stanfield. Stanfield knifing his way inside, can't get it to fall. Ball gets tipped out, and it'll belong back to Brandon. John Deo checking in here, sophomore from Montreal, Quebec. Deo going to be checking in for Luke Moreau. So this one inbounded to Deo. Deo quickly puts it up here to Bati. Bati working against Pacha. That one is a contested three that he knocks down. And a little bit of a taunt towards the VCSU bench. VCSU wanted the tech, but ultimately not going to get it. Now Muhammad trying to go inside amongst the trees. Kicks it back to Stanfield. Stanfield holding up possession. Gives it to Krieger. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Krieger back to Pacha. Pacha inside. Floater gets it to fall. 13-point edge for the Vikings as we tick down to 4 minutes to go in the first. Deo over to Thompson. Thompson working against Pacha. Muhammad throws and gets the steal. Now Pacha gets bumped by Thompson. No foul. And then Lindsey creates a steal himself. Passes it back out for a three by Bati. Both teams exchange turnovers, but it is the Bobcats that get the better edge of it. Only trailing by 10. Three ball after three ball after three ball has flown today from Brandon. Kicking out here to Genesis Kemp for three, and he misses. Now Deo pushing the ball up, has all day, and gets it to fall, and Genesis Kemp went up for the block, could not get to it in time, and now it's only a 9-point lead for the Vikings. Play back here, and I believe 30 seconds after the timeout concludes. Now the lead down to single digits for VCSU. So VCSU on the bad side of a run. Leading by 8, but they led by as much as 18 not too long ago. Now lob ball inside. Opportunity, and they put it up and in with Pacha. Good positioning by him. So back up to a double-digit edge for the Vikings. And Thompson just able to get the ball away. Back over here to Deo. Cross-court patch here for Bati for a three. He's been feeling it, but can't get that one to fall. Pacha lays it off here to Krieger. Krieger trying to knife his way through. A little spin move. Up, under. Gets the members-only roll. Now up ahead for Lindsey, who throws it down with authority. Cherry picking on the back end. Muhammad able to clear space. He goes baseline. He lays it up and in. Both teams flying up and down the floor. Now over here to Thompson. Thompson trying to go all the way. Stanfield got a hand on it. Muhammad now with the ball for VCSU. Bringing it up. Lays it off. Ball knocked away from behind. Krieger, little too cautious trying to get to that one. Bati with the pump fake. Now rolling inside against Stanfield. In transition to Deo, who cut inside unopposed. And now Krieger has to save the ball before it gets thrown out of play. Minute 45 left to go in a back and forth first half. Krieger over to Muhammad, who's left wide open for three. Leaves it short. And Genesis Kemp running towards it, but ultimately not going to get to it in time. Three men come in. It'll be Lamar Grayson, Oseno Nagom, and it'll also be Caden Grindy coming in. A 53-43 edge for the Vikings. Moreau gives the ball over here to Dwayne Thompson. Thompson back here to Deo. Now over here to Bati. Bati trying to go inside. Spins against Genesis Kemp. Can't get it to fall. And Nagom ultimately able to pull down the rebound. Now Krieger trying to go inside. Krieger dealing with a lot of contact. Can't get it to fall. But Grindy, nice hustle on defense. Able to get it back. Genesis Kemp fallen out of bounds, but able to get it over to Krieger. Tick down to 1 minute to go. Krieger, nice little cross up, has to shield the ball away. Now over to Grayson. Grayson spins, wins inside, and finishes. Grayson continues his strong first half as Valley City State gets it to 55-43. About a 23-second differential between the shot and game clock. Moreau finds Bati. Bati now kicks it out in the corner to a wide open Saldo for a three. No good. Ball gets tipped out to Kemp. VCSU kicks it out for a three. That's no good, and Thompson's going to pull that one down. Brandon can't hold for the final shot, but Thompson trying to go all the way himself. Lays it up through the contact and lays it in. And bad transition defense by VCSU. And the Vikings can hold for the final shot. And that one nearly stolen away from behind, and now Grayson able to fight off a lot of contact inside. And can't get it to fall, but they call a foul. Going to be a blocking foul on Brandon, so it should be 2 shots coming up here. Now there is a lot of discussion going on with one of the officials. Thompson is the one talking to him. He's doing a lot of talking to him. Now shot is up and rattles out. And Lamar Grayson, a bit too animated on that one. Don't want to psych yourself out of a foul shot. 56-45 as he knocks that one down. So Moreau brings the ball up here. Shot at the buzzer is going to be up and over everything and off the back wall. And VCSU will take an 11-point lead into the half. We'll be back here in a little bit with our stats here on the VCSU Athletics channel. Welcome back, everyone, to the bubble. Let's take a look at our first half stats. Leading the way for the Vikings is going to be Lamar Grayson with 18 points. Tyrell Krieger is also playing well with 16 points. And then after that, it's 7 points by Shahid Muhammad. 22 of 39 from the floor for the Vikings. That's good for 56%. From deep there, 4 of 13, which is good for 30%. For the Brandon University Bobcats, they are relying on two scorers as well in the forms of Dwayne Thompson and Jakari Lindsay, as both of those players have been able to hit a handful of three-pointers from deep. You got Dwayne Thompson 2 of 4 and Jakari Lindsay 2 of 2 from deep. Overall, the Bobcats 7 of 15 from deep. They're also 18 of 34 from the floor. Really, for the Vikings, they got to come out and do a better job of getting back on defense with their defensive rotations. They've been been a bit too hyped up on the defensive side, overshooting on the defense, biting on the pump fakes, over collapsing on one side, and then just not being able to keep up with the movement that ultimately results in some of these wide open shots that the Bobcats have been able to get. So your VCSU, you want to kind of come out in this second half and really try to put this game away. Do what you did well, attack inside with your two guards, and ultimately collapse on the defensive end, and ultimately don't collapse on the defensive end, and try to limit some of these wide open looks you've been giving up to this Bobcat team. We'll be back here in about 4 minutes with the start of the second half. VCSU leading 56-45. And welcome back here, everyone, to the bubble as we get set for our second half between the Vikings and the Bobcats. Vikings with a 56-45 advantage built on the back of two great performances. Lamar Grayson and Tyrell Krieger are leading scorers for VCSU with 18 and 16 points, respectively. For VCSU, really, the issue has been on the defensive side of the ball, where they just have pretty much allowed Brandon, especially probably over the last, I would say, 5 minutes of that second half, to just run up and down the floor on him and, biting on the head fakes, not getting back. It's an effort thing. It just is. So for VCSU, you want to see them come out and be a little bit more committed on the defensive side of the ball. I think they got a little maybe too carried away with trying to run up and down the floor, trying to run Brandon out of the gym. Bobcats have more than enough athleticism to hang with VCSU. So it's really just going to come down to defensive execution as the original starting five back out there for Valley City. As coming in will be Grindy to inbound the ball. He'll give it over to Krieger. Krieger now working against Thompson. Kicks it back out here to Olang. Now back to Grindy. Grindy, turnaround two, gets it to fall, and good sign for him to get on the board. 58-45. Good opening start here for the Vikings. Long pass up ahead to Winters, and no way for Winters to get to that one. Sailed out of bounds. Olang mounts the ball quickly here to Krieger. Krieger waiting for his teammates to get set down the floor. Now trying to cut inside. Has the one-on-one matchup. Leans but can't hit. Winters ultimately the one that pulls it down. Now over to Saldo. Saldo trying to leverage his way inside. Kicks out to Carrick. Carrick turnaround two and gets it to fall. Some of it's been defensive effort. Some of it has just been good shooting by Brandon. They've hit a lot of tough shots in this game. Olang cutting inside. Gets it over Winters and puts the lead back up to 13. 60-47 with just over 1 minute gone here in the half. Good double team by VCSU, but ultimately Bobcats able to bounce their way out of it with a hard pass. Winters in the corner, looking to try to feed his target in Bati, but ultimately Nywesh was there, but Nywesh could not keep the ball from rolling out of play. So it'll be Saldo inbounding it. Or excuse me, it's going to be Thompson now inbounding it. Gonna kick it up top here to Carrick. Carrick almost with the up and down, scoots by everyone but can't finish. Olang with the rebound. Now up ahead here to Grayson. Grayson backs it up, gives it to Olang. Olang working against Winters, cuts inside, banged on the way up. It doesn't matter, and one. And that could potentially be a matchup to exploit for VCSU. Winters not the type of big that wants to be too far away from the basket, and Olang, as we all know, very comfortable making those cuts, and it does not take long for Winters to find the bench as they will bring in Lindsey off the bench. He's their second leading scorer right now. So 62-47 pending this free throw. Free throw is up and in. So Olang, good start to this half. Bati set to inbound the ball, and he'll throw it up top to Lindsey. Back to Bati. Bati's going to be marked by Grindy. Pass in the corner, and it goes through the legs of Saldo, and this is exactly how the Bobcats did not want to start out this half, turning the ball over. Vikings have done a good job of coming out and applying some pressure. Into the hands of Krieger. Now finds Olang inside. Banging inside. Good cut to Nywesh. And Nywesh up and off the glass for two. 65-47 in favor of VCSU. Quick stoppage of play momentarily as Bati will inbound it. Over to Lindsay. Back to Bati. Bati working against Nywesh. Nywesh gets a hand in there and knocks it away. Now over to Olang. Olang pushing the tempo to Nywesh. Turns down a three. Goes inside. Cuts. Finds Olang. And throws it down with two hands over the outstretched arm of Sultan Hadier Bati. 20-point edge for VCSU. Nearly stolen away from behind. Saldo inside. Tough layup up and under is good. Pushed up ahead here to Grindy. Grindy. Back to Krieger. Krieger gives it to Olang. Olang hands it off. Cutting inside is Grayson. Grayson got hit on the hand, but it doesn't matter. Finishes through the contact. VCSU up by 20. Now here comes Thompson. Thompson kicks it around the perimeter. Bati turns down a three. Goes inside. Olang flopping, and it's going to be an and one. Olang tried to sell it, but ultimately, if he would have just held his ground, it might have been a no call, but I think he got penalized right there for trying to get the call. And so Lang's going to go to the bench now with 3 fouls. So the end of one coming up here for Bati. Foul shot for him is off the mark, no good. Tip from behind, and it will belong to Brandon. And now VCSU complaining about it. They feel like it was off the Bobcats. Lindsay, now it's going to be Thompson set to inbound it. Thompson holding on to it, finds Bati being guarded by Grindy. 18 seconds on the shot clock. Backing his way down, trying to turn around. Good defense applied. Shot's going to be missed. Rebound goes to Nywesh. Nearly throws it away, but finds its way to Grayson. Now in transition, hangs and hits Nagome. 71-51. VCSU starting to find a rhythm. Thompson working his way inside. Nagome does a good job to chase him off the shot, but they leave Bati open for a three, but he misses it off to the right. .5 minutes left to go here. 71-51 edge for the Vikings. Outscoring the Bobcats by 9 early on in this half. Trying to cut inside, but ultimately Krieger has it knocked away. Now it's a 2-on-1 edge. Little lob in transition, and Lindsay able to finish it off with the two-hand layup. Now Krieger trying to knife his way inside, gives it to Nywesh. Nywesh spins, wins, but can't finish. Created the look he wanted to, just did not finish it off. Now Saldo going inside, might have got away with a bit of a carry. Now over to Thompson. Thompson trying to get past Grindy. A lot of contact, but no call for either side. Saldo for three off the back rim, no good. Ball ultimately able to be saved by Nagome. Now over to Krieger. Now to Grayson. Hard bounce pass inside for Grindy. Little turnaround two, no good. And Valley City starting to settle for shots. Now transition for Bati, and he knocks it down. And VCSU really hasn't had an answer for the big man in transition. Bati in rhythm is a dangerous player, and well, VCSU at times hasn't done much to try to get him out of the rhythm. Now to Nywesh. Nywesh hands it off to Grayson. Grayson inside, can't finish. Nagome gets the rebound, goes up through the contact, can't get it to fall, and gets tipped out to Thompson. Ball nearly gets stolen away, but into the streaking hands of Carrick. And just like that, a once 20-point lead is down to 13. And Valley City State calls the timeout. So 14:42 to go. 7-0 run here by the Bobcats has cut it down to a 13-point game. Back here in a little bit on the VCU Athletics YouTube channel. 71-58 in favor of VCSU. They just can't seem to put any kind of significant distance between them and Brandon for very long. Only outscoring them now by 2 in the quarter when they were up by as many as 20. Krieger gets a good look at a three. He'll take it and knocks it down, and that's a good result out of the timeout. Splashdown three from the junior guard. Carrick throws a long pass up ahead. Over here to Deo. Deo inside down the baseline. Layup no good. Over to Muhammad. Muhammad, the leading rebounder for VCSU in this game with 6. Muhammad streaking down the floor. Gives it over to Krieger. Now in the corner to Nywesh. Nywesh trying to find a way inside. Gives up to Krieger. Good look for a three. Off the mark, no good. And that'll be over the back. Or it's going to be a foul on the deck. For a second, I thought the ref was signaling over the back on Pacha. But it's ultimately going to be a foul on, they're going to get that one on John Deo. That'll be 6. That'll be the second foul. Hand off here to Krieger. Krieger working against Carrick. Hangs and hits inside, goes through the body. Now here comes Brandon in transition there. This is when they've been dangerous. VCSU trying to force the walk, nearly got it. Thompson finds Deo inside, and VCSU can apply this pressure all they want, but the Bobcats been able to break it without much problem. Just giving up way too many uncontested looks at the basket because they've just had odd men out. Krieger lays it off here. Over in the corner to Muhammad. Muhammad knocks it down. Give the assist to Nagome. 19-point edge for VCSU. Thompson comes down. Finds Lindsey. That one rattles out. That's his first miss from deep. He was 2 of 2. Pass out to Muhammad. Now we're here to Pacha. Pacha uses the body to go against the much smaller Carrick and lays it in. Largest lead of the day for Valley City is 21 points, and Carrick gets hit from behind, and be interested who they're going to assist that one to. And that is going to be on Krieger. That is going to be a foul on him. I believe that's going to be a second. 2 fouls now on both sides here as we're a little under 13 minutes to go here in this second half of basketball. Into the hands of Dwayne Thompson. Thompson with the ball. Hands the ball off to Deo. John Deo got tripped up and will be called for the walk. Had a hard tumble to the floor. Legs got caught up in a pile. Luke Moreau checking back into the game. Muhammad going to be handling the ball here for the Vikings as he crosses center court. Trying to find a way to knife inside. Bad decision there. Went down the baseline, had no plan afterwards, and threw the ball away to Saldo. Saldo goes all the way and lays it up and in. Krieger gives it over to Nywesh. Now back to Muhammad. Muhammad working against a much bigger marker in Lindsey. Krieger steps in for a contested three. No good. Hit the front of the net, but that's it. So checking back in is going to be Lamar Grayson. So it's a 19-point edge for VCSU. Had a strong start to this quarter, then let the Bobcats pull within 13, and now have kind of repushed the lead back up to 19, but they have yet to really have a prolonged stretch where they just keep the Bobcats down and, create that really big lead. Bobcats have to keep feeling like they're just one big run away from making this thing interesting. Saldo gets trapped on the baseline. Pass gets knocked away. Punched out, but it finds its way to Nywesh. Now we're to Pacha. Hands the ball off to Grayson. Grayson mugged inside, and that'll be 2 shots. And Jakari Lindsey's looking at the official like, me? It was like, yes, you. That'll be, or it looks like they're going to call that one on Deo, actually, so that'll be his third. 2 shots here for Grayson. Now shot is going to be up and short, but gets a kind roll off the front of the rim. 3 fouls now on the Bobcats. Checking back into this game is going to be Genesis Kemp, junior forward out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Now shot is up and in. So 21-point edge here for the Vikings after the 2-for-2 trip. Deo lays it up ahead here. And Bahit gets called for the travel. Must have been a slide of the shoes. It looked like he was trying to just gather and shoot off the transition play, but ultimately got caught for shuffling. Muhammad working against Moreau. Now knifing inside, has the angle and lays it up and in. Muhammad with that explosiveness, able to create the look inside, and he's been a key factor off the bench for VCSU. Nearly a steal caused by Nagome. Fati hands it off to Moreau. Moreau hands it off to Lindsay, working against Genesis Kemp. Trying to go inside, good defense by VCSU, but sometimes a better shot just erases good defense as Saldo knocks down the fadeaway. Muhammad, pass out to Pacha. Pacha inside through the contact and lays it up and in. 87-64 in favor of the Vikings with 10:40 to go. Moreau kicks it out to Saldo. Saldo had his shot blocked. No one on VCSU read it, but ultimately Grayson able to rip the ball free from Deo. Lower to Pacha. Pacha lobs it inside to Nagome. Nagome dealing with a double team, and that's going to be a jump ball. Doesn't matter. It's going to be in favor of the Bobcats, but the Bobcats aren't necessarily thrilled about that call, even though they're going to get the ball. They feel like they were in full possession of it when the jump ball got called, so it's essentially just kind of a wasted scenario there for Brandon. So Lang comes back into the game. He's been dynamic, really, for VCSU, but he's had a hard time keeping his nose clean. He's had 3 fouls so far. He maxed up against Max Winters. And that is a matchup that VCSU went to early in the second half to create some space. That one nearly thrown away. Olang trying to get to it. Winters falling on his backside. He throws it away. Allen trying to save it. Now we're to Pacha. Pacha throws it down in transition. Grayson able to get to it and save it and then find Pacha in transition for the dunk. 89-64 in favor of the Vikings. Now bully ball inside finds Max Winters, but Heat knocked down Grayson. Grayson asking for a push on the refs, and yeah, there was a little bit of a lowering of the shoulder, if we're being honest. 9.5 to go. VCSU up by 23. Grayson now hands the ball off here over to Muhammad. Muhammad, dump pass inside to Olang. Olang had the angle. Late rotation by Winters. Allowed the big man all the time in the world to put that one up and in. 25-point edge here for the Vikings. This has been their largest lead of the game. 3 ball for Lindsay. Step-in shot, no good. Now Muhammad quickly pushing the tempo again. Blows by Winters, trying to go inside, lays it out to Kemp. Kemp going inside, attacks Winters, can't get it. We do have a foul call, and I believe this will be 2 shots coming up for Kemp. (91-66) and a timeout taken here. So we'll be back here in a little bit on the VCSU Athletics channel. Vikings lead 91-66. Welcome back, everyone, to the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. Vikings leading 91-66 over the Brandon Bobcats. Checking out the football game we got going on right now. Dakota State leads VCSU 10-3, and that was all due to a third quarter touchdown by Dakota State. VCSU opened up the game with a field goal, but they have given up 10 unanswered. So hopefully VCSU can find a way to rally here, as that is just about to the end of the third quarter play. So it'll be Genesis Kemp at the line for VCSU. Foul shot is up and in, so good looking foul shot. Checking out our stats right now. Two players at 20 points. It's going to be Krieger and Grayson. Olang now at 13. Shahid Muhammad at 12. And Jaden Pacha with 10. Now VCSU creates a steal with Kemp. Pacha finishes inside. So VCSU now up by nearly 30. Hand off to Pacha, but a clean reach in block. Right there by Sultan Hadierbati. So 95-66, 8:37 to go. VCSU defense clamping down. Now over to Grayson. Dump pass inside Olang. Olang rockets it to Muhammad in the corner. 4-3, leaves it short, but gets his own rebound and was trying to throw it up top to Olang, but got intercepted along the way. Olang on defense, able to force a miss, and Allen or Grayson able to get to it. Now over to Genesis Kemp, who he was appealing for a foul, but ultimately that one gets knocked off him. So Grayson has done a good job with the hustle plays in this second half, as VCSU has now opened up the lead to 29. Ultimately, they've been able to quiet down Thornton or Thompson and his accomplice in Lindsey. Now Thompson takes a three, and that'll be off the mark. And Lindsey going for it alongside Grindy, and it's going to be off Grindy. Ball will stay here for the Bobcats with 12 seconds on the shot clock. Shot clock didn't reset. It seemed low, and it was. So fresh 20 put up there on the shot clock. Carrick trying to find a way to get open, and that one nearly thrown away. Now Grindy in transition, gets it, slides on its backside, over to Nywish for the dunk. Good hustle play made by Grindy to get to the ball instead of Nywish for the transition dunk. 97-66, 7:40 to go. Grindy rips it off again. Now we're to Grayson. Back to Grindy for the dunk. Reward the big man. 99-66, and VCSU's putting the hammer down. Grayson nearly ripped him off, but ultimately got caught for reaching. Now VCSU, all smiles on the sideline, have opened up a massive 33-point edge. Ball gets kicked out in the corner here, back around the perimeter to Carrick. Carrick, knifed inside, kicks it out to Bati for a three, and that one rattles out. Krieger pulls it down. Krieger trying to cut in on Saldo. That one gets pinballed around off the face of Saldo, and now it's thrown up ahead. 3-on-1 advantage. Oh, but Lindsey lets it go through his hands. Muhammad coming in right alongside Ladarius Stanfield. 99-66, VCSU with an imposing advantage. Now here come the Vikings, outscoring the Bobcats in this half, 46 to, I believe, 19, or yeah, I believe that's right. Inside opportunity for Stanfield, hangs and hits. Good turnaround too, and VCSU breaks the century mark. So VCSU has opened it up nearly at 50 points here in the half, and we're not even at the 6-minute mark. Now Deo kicks it out to Thompson in the corner, and Thompson can't rattle it home. The three-point well has dried up here for the Bobcats. Everyone diving all over the place. Stanfield saying it went off of Thompson, but ultimately VCSU not able to control the bouncing ball. So checking in for the first time today will be Jerome Washington, a senior guard out of Andover, Kansas. (101-66), so VCSU at 48 points in the half. The Bobcats are at 24. Ball kicked out in the corner for a three. Too much sauce on that one, and Washington able to tip out the rebound. Now we're to Washington in the corner. Kemp for a high arcing three and knocks it down. So VCSU breaks the 50-point mark in the half. Now the ball back up here for Moreau. Moreau working against Kemp. Kemp's got the size advantage. Now it gets dumped to Bati. Bati, no look pass, and well, probably should have looked where it was going. No look passes are great when you hit the man in stride. When you throw it away by 5 feet, it's how you get a death stare from the sideline and how you get benched. And well, speak of the devil, and it shall appear, Bati goes to the bench. And now Bati's headbutting himself with a chair. First time I think I've seen that one. Over to Muhammad. Muhammad going inside, over in the corner to Kemp. Kemp cutting inside through the contact. Finger roll. Up and in, and VCSU now leading by 40. 5 minutes left to go here in the ball game. VCSU, after kind of a sluggish into the first half, now has opened it up. All guns a-blazing in this second half. And that's going to be a hang and hit from Saldo, I believe. 106-68. Thompson set to check back into the game for the Bobcats. Stanfield nearly lost it, now trying to barrel his way inside. Turnaround shot no good, but Kemp fights for the rebound and lays it up and in. 108-68. Now Moreau lays it off to Carrick. Carrick back to Moreau, back around the perimeter they go to Saldo. Now to Deo. And a foul on a reach in. It looks like they're gonna get that foul on Genesis Kemp. That'll be his first. Series of substitutions coming in here. So VCSU now with a good amount of their substitutes in. Muhammad, not quite able to save it. He's been a bundle of energy this game for the Vikings, and he's provided a much-needed spark for them when they've sometimes lacked the energy, but just not quite able to save that one. But you need players like Muhammad coming off the bench, being that energy guy, help carry you through some rough patches. Carrick in the corner, gets cut off. Now trying to find a way to pass out of it. Throws it over here to Lindsey. Now in the corner to Moreau. Moreau throws up a shot, and that one partially blocked by Pacha. Now over to Genesis Kemp. Genesis Kemp hands it off to Muhammad. Now back to Pacha. Pacha is going to uncork a three. That one's no good, but Muhammad runs down the rebound and able to get it up top to Washington. Another three coming up for Kemp. Off the mark. Pacha with the board. Puts it up and in. And VCSU now just imposing themselves here in the last stages of this game. Swatted away to Pacha, but he blocked it right to Moreau, and Moreau rolls in a three. That's the best pass that probably the Bobcats have had. Too bad it came off a block, so it doesn't count for an assist. Muhammad bringing the ball up here, going to be working against Dwayne Thompson. Once he's slowing the game down. Pass over to Pacha. Pacha trying to bully his way inside, gives it over to Kemp. Kemp cutting down the baseline. Now rotates it back up top to Washington for a three. Can't rattle that one home. 110-71. 2:45 to go here in the ball game. Now a three ball coming up, and Saldo cannot knock that one home. It's going to be interesting to see just what the difference in three-point shooting is going to be between these two sides. It has been pretty staggering in the second half. Muhammad for three, knocks it down. (113-71) VCSU. Again, after a sluggish closeout to their last half, have come out and have dropped 60 on the Bobcats. Turnaround shot, and man, that's just a better effort there by Thompson. Not bad defense, just sometimes better offense wins out. 40-point edge here for the Vikings as we tick under 2 minutes to go. Muhammad working against Moreau. Now back in the corner to Washington. Washington uncorks a three, knocks it down. Now Kemp creates a steal. He tries to take a three, can't get it. Oh, and Stanfield thought he had the turnover. Got the steal momentarily, but the toe was out of bounds. 19 of 25 three-point shooting for VCSU. 9 of 27 for Brandon in the game. And going to that first half, they came in for three-point shooting. If I can find the piece of paper that I am looking for. They were very effective from deep in that first half. Not so much this half for the Bobcats. Moreau for a three, and he'll rattle that one in, so the line drive creeps over the front of the net. And it'll be a 40-point game once again. Well, here come the Vikings, throwing it inside to Stanfield. Stanfield, little pump fake inside, goes through the contact and one. So a chance to finish this off the old-fashioned way with a three-point play. Good up and under move by Stanfield to get his man off his feet and then going through the contact. So the Bobcats now 10 of 28 from deep. They started this game 7 of 15, so that means they are 3 of 13 in the second half. So they have cooled down quite a bit. While the Vikings are 9 of 25, and they were 4 of 13 coming in. So again, one team kind of got a little bit hotter than the other, became a little bit more efficient, and ultimately the three-pointers are what were keeping Brandon kind of semi-competitive in this game. And once those started to dry up, not much left. Three-pointer going to be off the mark, and VCSU's got time for about one more possession, depending on how fast they move here. Krieger with the ball, working against Moreau. Now over to Kemp, back up top to Krieger. Now over to Pacha. Pacha is going to uncork a three. That one's no good. Tipped out to Washington, and Washington recovers the miss and puts it up and in. That'll make it 121-76, and VCSU up by 45. Little up and under to Moreau. Moreau cuts down the baseline and puts it up and in. So VCSU can dribble the clock out here with 19 seconds to go. Looks like Brandon's now going to press too much here on the defensive end, so that'll do it today. 121-78 win for the Vikings here to close out today's exhibition schedule. Dominant second half from the Vikings, scoring just a hair under 70 points in the second half. 68 points for the Vikings in the second half. And ultimately, the defense much better in terms of closeout, in terms of preventing the open shot, and that's how they're ultimately able to run away from Brandon in this second half. Good effort by the Bobcats, but ultimately they just ran out of magic from behind the arc. So that'll do it for us today here on the VCSU Athletics channel. Double win for the Vikings. Both teams eclipsing 100 points. And we will be back here tomorrow with more basketball action. Thank you all for listening. Keep it right here on VCSU Athletics to watch the replays if you want to.